and can hear me. I think it was cutting out a wee bit yesterday, so hopefully that will not happen today. I think everybody is here that is attending and participating this morning. Yep, I can see that on the screen. So it's now 10 AM on the 21st of June 2023, and time to commence the third landscape and visual impact inquiry session for the conjoined inquiry into 3 Section 36 applications made under the 1989 Electricity Act at Craiginmoddie, Carrick and Knockcronal in South Ayrshire. This inquiry session focuses on the Craiginmoddie application. As most of you will now be aware, my name is Gordon Reid, one of the reporters with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, who has been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider these 3 applications and report our findings and recommendations to them. I will be chairing this inquiry session. Also present are Mrs. Leaven and Mr. Bray, who will participate in proceedings as we move forward. I would advise you that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast live. Our technical staff are available in case there are any difficulties. By taking part in this recorded inquiry session, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. We also plan to make the recording of this meeting available on the DPEA webcasting site so that those not participating today can also view it. The inquiry session is programmed to take place over the following 3 days and is to consider the landscape and visual impacts, including aviation lighting, for the Craiginmoddie wind farm application. The landscape and visual impacts for the applications at Knockcronal and Carrick have already been considered in separate inquiry sessions. As previously agreed, the scope of this session does not include oral evidence on residential visual amenity or on wildland, although there may be some reference to viewpoints in the wildland area. The main purpose of this inquiry session is to make sure we understand the positions of parties on the landscape and visual impacts. Where there is a dispute, we need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute. This is so that these matters can be clearly set out in our report to ministers. Could I ask the participants in each team to introduce themselves and their witnesses, starting with Craiginmoddie?
Good morning, sir. My name is David Hardy and I'm a partner at CMS. My witness is going to be Mr. Andrew Cook, and he is an executive director with the Pegasus Planning Group.
Thank you very much. And for the council?
Good morning, sir. My name is Douglas Armstrong. I'm King's Counsel at the Scottish Bar and representing South Ayrshire Council. And my witness this morning, today, tomorrow, will be Carol Anderson, landscape architect. There is perhaps one issue, if I could just raise just now in relation to the live broadcast of this. I understand that that hasn't started yet, and Mr. Lopez from Stantec was trying to join that or this meeting, and currently the live broadcast is coming up. It's going to start in, I think, 5 minutes time, they're told. So there does seem to be a slight issue with that.
Okay, I will need to check that. I'll come back to that in a moment. And not for Knockcronal.
Good morning, sir. My name is Vincent Fraser, King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Princeton Masons, and Mr. Welsh, whom you've already heard from, is on the call also, as I can see. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, I think I'll pause here for just a few moments. I will need to go and check what's happening with the live feed. So if we can bear with me a second, I will just check.
Mr. Reid, I've just checked and I can get access to it online, Mr. Reid.
Bray, I was being confirmed in both ears at the same time, both from yourself and from technical staff, that the live feed is actually up working. It may be that a refresh is needed to be done in order to access it, but certainly it is live and broadcasting and people are able to access it as confirmed by Mr. Bray. You might want to just check Mr. Armstrong to see whether Mr. Lopez can refresh and try and gain access again.
Mr. Lopez has still got a message saying when the meeting starts, we will, in the live stream will commence. But I think I think something's happening now. So I think that's.
Okay, hopefully you'll be able to connect soon.
He's nodding now. I'm in the same room, so he's nodding. It's now up and
just if you could just to double check he's on the right link for today's meeting and not tomorrow's. That's just one thing worth checking.
I think I think it might have been a link, pressing the wrong link problem. That I think he's going to.
It can happen to us all. I think as long as he's now able to view that that's fine. Mr. Fraser, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just to confirm. Other members of my team have said they've been able to get on, so it obviously is working. I think it is probably just pressing the right link.
Okay, that's reassuring. I think everybody's now on, so we can progress with matters. Thank you for that. This has already been highlighted. The previous landscape and visual sessions, we visited the wider area surrounding all three application sites on an unaccompanied basis in January and April this year. After all of the three landscape and visual inquiry sessions are complete, we will decide whether we need to make further visits prior to completing our reports. I'd like to thank the applicants and the council for the submission of the statement of agreed matters, which has been helpful to us. As the main participants here are already well versed in the inquiry process, I will not spend any time going over that today. I set out the detail of the procedures to be followed at the start of the Carrick session on the 16th of May, so that information is available via the webcasting site if anyone needs to refer to it. In summary, we expect the applicant's advocate to begin by introducing their landscape witness to give his evidence in chief. Then South Ayrshire Council will cross-examine. If we have any outstanding questions for the witness, we may ask them then, followed by the applicant's re-examination of the witness. The council will then introduce its witness and follow the same procedure. Can I just check whether Knockcronal will be participating in matters or will be doing what they've done in the previous two inquiry sessions?
Assuming things stay as they appear to be at the moment, I imagine I shall not be asking any questions. Okay,
thank you for that, Mr. Fraser. So is everybody happy with the running order for the next 2 to 3 days? Yes, I'm seeing nods, which is fine. Recognitions will be taken as read and therefore not read out in part or full by witnesses. It is therefore expected that cross-examination will focus on those essential matters that are in dispute. We may intervene if we consider the questions or answers are straying into matters that do not need to be included in our report. If all parties could use the electronic page number on documents when making references, and for my benefit, if they can read out the CD number slowly and clearly so we make sure that we're all on the right document. I trust everyone has access to Objective Connect and to the up-to-date core document list for today's session. I'd like to thank the Council for the list of core documents referred to in its cross-examination, which we received this morning. In addition to the evidence considered through the inquiry and hearing sessions, our report and recommendations to ministers will also consider a range of other matters raised in consultation responses and written representations as were submitted to the Energy Consents Unit and to the Council. In addition, some matters have also been subject to further written process. The details of all of these can be viewed on the DPA website. I would like to remind everyone of the importance of being courteous with each other throughout the proceedings. And while you may disagree on the substance of what is being said, please remember to be polite and respect parties' rights to have enough time to understand any questions or to explain their positions. As this is a virtual session, just use the raised hand function within Teams or do it physically if you need to talk or draw my attention to any matter. And remember to please switch off your microphone if you are not speaking. In some housekeeping matters, apart from today, it's anticipated the proceedings will commence each day at 9:30 a.m. and will run to around 4 p.m. 1 hour will be taken for lunch and comfort breaks may be taken as and when required. If you've got anything that might make a noise in the background, if you can again, please switch that off. Before I move to the start of the inquiry session itself, are there any questions on these procedural matters? Seeing no. Mr. Hardy.
Yes, no, it's not on that, but I do have one additional matter, and that's to do with a document that I'd like to introduce. So I don't have any questions on what you said. If no one does, then I'd like to deal with that now.
Okay, well, I was just going to come on to that, whether there are any matters that to be raised, so appropriate time, Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Armstrong's got his hand up.
All right, he's got number one. We'll go with Mr. Armstrong first. Mr. Armstrong.
Okay, Mr. Hardy to go first. It was just a minor point, but a helpful point that if Mr. Hardy could possibly forward on the list of likely documents he's going to refer Ms. Anderson to in his cross, it would be helpful because there's obviously, as we've discovered, there is the issue of downloading these documents does take a bit of time. And if we could get that list sooner rather than later, that would be very helpful.
Okay, Mr. Hardy.
Yes, I'll try and do that at lunchtime, Mr. Armstrong, if that's acceptable.
I think that's a nod.
I think that was a nod, and I'm going to continue to be helpful, I hope. As a result of the discussion on Monday in the policy session, I had some concerns. You recall I raised some concerns about what Miss Anderson was saying in relation to what evidence she'd given in Mr. Fraser's cross-examination. So what we've done is prepared a transcript of evidence, and that's from minute 24 on the recording through to 2 hours and 3 seconds. So it's not all of it, but it deals with the capacity study issues. And what I'd like to do is circulate that. I'm not going to take Mr. Cook to that today, but I will taking Miss Anderson to that in cross-examination with the hope that we can deal with capacity matters, study matters very quickly. If she's going to stick with the answers that she gave in questions, probably will have very, very few. So I wonder whether I can introduce that as an inquiry document. It's not for Mr. Cook's evidence, but I'd like to put that in this morning if we may.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong, do you have any views on that?
So I would quite like to see the document first. I wasn't sure whether it's if it's a sort of exact transcript, then I don't have any issue with that.
Yes,
if it's
it is.
Edited or just part. If it's an exact transcript of the 2 hours, then I can't see there being any issue with that.
Okay. Can
yes,
copy
it's a
and
transcript.
Then we can pick this up sort of later on, either after a break or after lunchtime. Give Mr. Armstrong a chance to view the document.
Yes, and I can confirm it is a transcript rather than a summary.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong, have you any other comments to make on that?
It'd be helpful to see it first before I sort of have a final say on that, but I don't anticipate there being any problem with that.
Okay, I will come back to you then once you've received the document and had a chance to review it. Mr. Fraser, have you any comment to make? Mr. Fraser seems to have frozen in my screen.
It's frozen.
Yes, so I don't know what's happened with the connection. Okay, we'll just give him a second to see if it comes back. In the interim, does Mr. Bray or Mrs. Leven have any comment on that matter? Nope, okay, that's fine. We'll just bear with Mr. Fraser to see if he starts to move or speak.
wonder if Mr. Welsh can communicate with Mr. Fraser to just see if he's still there.
Mr. Welsh, are you able to join us?
Yes, certainly. I'll give him a call and see if it's a terminal problem or something he's resolving. I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, I will just go over the last couple of bits I've got, because I don't think they are saying it. It's just the order of how we're going to do things. So, as I said earlier, I expect evidence chief to be given in the order of Mr. Cook, the landscape witness for the applicant. Then there'll be the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Cook from the council. We may then have any questions that we have outstanding as reporters we will ask, and then re-examination after that. So I'll just give another minute to see if Mr. Fraser can reconnect. Mr. Welsh is in a position to give us any update at any time. That would be helpful, just so that we've got an idea of whether contact's been able to be made with Mr. Fraser.
Yeah, sir, I've not been able to make contact with him yet. I'm chasing Vincent Masons as well, and I will come back to you as soon as I've made contact.
Okay, thank you. Party is agreeable to wait for Mr. Fraser to reconnect. Give him a few moments. Just wouldn't want him to miss any of the evidence in chief that we're about to commence with.
So, James Welsh here again, just to say that his Teams has crashed and is not letting him restart at present. Gary McGovern for Pinson's says that they are aware of the transcript that Mr. Hardy wishes to introduce and has no objection with it being introduced.
Thank you, Mr. Welsh. Is there any sort of estimated timescale for Mr. Fraser connecting back, or is Mr. Govan in on the same link?
If you bear with me, I'll just cross over with Mr. McGovern again.
So just whilst we're waiting, it might be helpful, Mr. Hardy could send through a copy of that transcript. If that could be emailed through, so we can look at it.
Is it possible to do, Mr. Hardy?
Yes, I was trying to get in contact with Keith Campbell, who has been working behind the scenes very hard. So if that can be done, it will be.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Mr. Welsh, do we have any further update on Mr. Fraser's reconnection?
I'm afraid I do not, sir. I wonder whether the best thing is to proceed, and I will update him later on when he's managed to get a connection.
If we're happy with that and all the other applicants and participants are happy, then Mr. McGovern has just appeared.
Mr. McGovern's just joined.
Okay, Mr. McGovern, would you like to advise us whether you're happy for us to proceed if you're now present? Mr. McGovern, can you hear me? Mr. McGovern, we can see you, but we can't hear anything at the moment.
Morning, Mr. Reid. Apologies, I'm getting a delay on my line. Apologies for that. I'm happy for you to proceed in the circumstances.
Okay, thank you very much for that. On that, Mr. Hardy, if you're happy to proceed.
Thank you very much. Then, good morning. I will introduce my witness to the inquiry. That's Mr. Andrew Cook. And start with qualifications and experience. So, Mr. Cook, could we look, please, at your inquiry report, and in particular at Appendix 1. And we learn that you're Mr. Andrew Cook, you're a chartered landscape architect, chartered member of the Landscape Institute, member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment. You tell us 30 years of experience in working within the development sector and in landscape consultancy, and you are an executive director with Pegasus Planning Group. You tell us also that you presented evidence at public inquiries and appeals on more than 150 occasions, and they have been all over the United Kingdom. Is that all true and correct?
Yes, that's all correct. Yes.
Very much. There's just to save a question. You were not the author of the original LVIA. For those who've looked at that, you'll see that that was from Stevenson Halliday, another well-known consultancy. Can you just explain why they're not giving evidence?
So my understanding is that there was a conflict of interest with Stevenson Halliday taking this forward with the inquiry, and therefore Energy Contour approached myself.
Thank you very much. Now, in terms of documentation, there's the LVIA, which formed part of the EIAR, so that was dated December 2020. There was then additional information in 2021, and there was a further amount of additional information in March of 2023. Clearly, then you produced an inquiry report and you've got your precognition. So of those documents, can you explain to the reporters when you came into this scheme and what documents you had input into in relation to the AI and the additional AI?
Given that Energy Contour, the client, approached me with regard to the pending inquiry, that's when I reviewed the documentation at that time in terms of what was had been submitted. I reviewed that documentation, and on the basis of that review, I felt I could take the instruction to act as landscape witness on behalf of the developer. As we started to prepare and head towards the inquiry, there was further information produced, which is the additional information which was submitted 23, and I was involved with that, liaising with the other two wind energy parties and the landscape consultants. And then that was running concurrently with the preparation of my report and recognition.
Very much. Now, in terms of evidence in chief, going to concentrate in the normal way on those things which remain in dispute, but there are a couple of contextual matters that I want to deal with. The first of those deals with the reasons for objections. We can find those in a number of places, but I'm looking on page 3 of your report, where they are set out verbatim. There may be other places. So we've got 3 parts, this A, B, and C. Now, it's not any part of our case to draw comparisons with other sites, and that will be a matter for others, but I'm interested in what these objections have to say. So what are the main points that you draw from the those paragraphs, please?
So if I may just respond to that by reference, really, in terms of I recognise that there are 3 aspects to the objection. Landscape and visual, separate; aviation, separate to that, effects upon tourism and recreation. But with regard to the first, landscape and visual, what I would note is that it identifies that there would be significant adverse landscape and visual effects. It goes on to note, interestingly though, that with regard to this wind farm, they could be mitigated, reducing the size and number of the turbines. And what flows from that statement in the first limb of the objection is that it makes specific reference with regard to the verticality of the proposed turbines. Vertical height, given the vertical height of the proposed turbines, the location is inappropriate given the sensitivity of nearby landscapes. So my reading of that, and the precise wording there, is that the council take particular issue with the vertical height of the turbines.
Very much. Now we see that under reason for objection A, we see the same wording in paragraph C. Aviation lighting says something different, but under paragraph C, you can see that same wording. Considered that the significant adverse landscape and visual effects of this wind farm could be mitigated by reducing the size and number of turbines. However, given the vertical height of the proposed turbines, the location of this proposal is inappropriate given the sensitivity of nearby landscape. So looking at that wording, so it's the verticality that you've picked out. What do you understand to be the council's sole objection in relation to paragraph A, or reason for objection A and reason for objection C?
My reading of that is that the council take objection or have an issue with the height of the proposed wind farm at this location on this site.
Very much. So by reason of the height, that's why the site is inappropriate. We'll come back to that in due course. Okay, in terms of policy context, now policy has been dealt with by others. We had a policy session. Mr. Carvert, obviously from Pegasus, has given detailed evidence on that. But you tell us in your section 3 of your report why it's important for a landscape consultant to understand that backdrop. So very quickly, can you just give some bullet points in relation to that backdrop?
Yes, thank you. So a number of observations. As a landscape architect, I clearly need to be aware of planning policy context as it relates to landscape considerations. In regard to that, and in particular, I'm mindful that we now have NPF4 in place, and with regard to policy 11E and Roman numeral 2, with regard to that policy, significant impacts are expected. But however, where impacts are localized and or appropriate design mitigation applied, I understand is that development will generally be considered acceptable. The document, core document, is 006.001 for your reference, sir. Also in the same document, with regard to policy 4D, this specifically considers designated landscape areas and notes that development will be supported where it will not have a significant adverse effect on the integrity of the area or qualities for which it has been identified. And in terms of focusing on my evidence in chief, I've been very mindful of this marked change in policy context, particularly with regard to the 3 reasons for objection. The other aspect is we now have the onshore wind policy statement of 2022. That's core document 005.016. Which notes that in meeting ambitious install capacity will require taller turbines, and this will change the landscape. That's internal paragraph 3.6.1. So the point I would make in that context is that modern turbines, as we're seeing now, are much taller. And I think that's reflected in what we have here, where in terms of this conjoined inquiry, we've got 3 wind farms, and all of these 3 are of a similar height at around 200 meters in that dimension. So that's a reflection of really of where the technology is at currently and how that relates to policy context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just want to ask, did you listen to the cross-examination by Mr. Fraser of Miss Anderson?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And there were some observations given, got the transcript that's been circulated, and we'll come back to that, but some observations made about the regularity of 200-meter turbines being commercially viable in the current day and age. What are your observations on that, please?
Yes, I think it's quite telling, as I say, that you're looking at 3 schemes here and they're all around the 200-meter mark. My understanding is that the technology is informing and directing that. And what's also interesting is that in terms of the cross-examination of Miss Anderson, she acknowledged that in terms of where things were heading currently, that the height of turbines would be around about the 200-meter mark. And interestingly, in the capacity study, which was dated 2018, which is now some 5 years ago, there is reference in there to repowering, specifically reference to repowering of Hodyard Hill. And in that context, there is an assumption that Ms. Anderson made that repowering scheme would be in the order of 200 meters in height.
Thank you. So just looping back then to the reasons for refute or the reason for objections, paragraphs A and C. So it's the vertical height of the proposed turbines which causes the location to be inappropriate. So just drawing those strands together on 200-meter turbines, what are your observations?
That's what we need to be mindful of is we have documentation before us, and the best information we have is the capacity study in terms of the council's evidence. That makes it very clear that the steer and direction towards the foothills of forest and wind farms, LCT 17C. And I don't think there is any coincidence that you've got 3 independent developers that have homed in and focused on this particular area. There are 3 wind farms before this inquiry. They all sit within the LCT 17C, as is directed in terms of the council's evidence base, and they're all being proposed around the 200-metre height. So again, that's a reflection of the technology and where the wind engine industry is at. But it's interesting that Miss Anderson recognised we would be at this position 5 years ago in the capacity study.
And we'll come back to that later, and no doubt in cross-examination with reference to the reasons for objections here. Okay, site selection next. I want to move to CD 001101. We're going to take these points quickly. Mr. Cook, that's the design and access statement. So question is, site selection, what was done? Why are we here?
So the DAS very usefully sets out some commentary in terms of site selection. Specifically, the reference is paragraph 2.13. A couple of observations. It notes that the host landscape is considered suitable, and that's evidenced by Hadyard Hill wind farm. That also what was taken into account in terms of site selection was the distance from settlements, that the scheme could be positioned at around about 4 kilometres distance from Bar to the south and Daly to the north, and that the site would be sufficiently removed from national designation landscapes.
Thank you. Then let's chase through the EIAR. So that's CD 01005. So just similar exercise, bullet points on why this site was selected in the first place.
So the section that deals with this is chapter 4. And the paragraph numbers I'll give in a minute, but it specifically sets out at paragraph 4.5 in that document, makes reference with regard to site selection, the GIS civ mapping that was undertaken, that this was mindful of landscape designations, national parks, special landscape areas, and local landscape designations. Also, at paragraph 4.8, it refers to selection of the site with regard to the landscape being located outside nationally or locally designated landscapes, utilising existing roads, and identifies a number of factors with regard to other matters such as residential separation distances and access to transport routes that could be utilised for construction purposes.
Thank you. Again, might save a question, but you weren't.
Sorry, Mr. Hardy, can I just ask one thing? Can you give us the page number as well as the paragraph number? Just helps to get to the location quicker, Mr. Cook, if that's possible. That would be just helpful for myself. Thank you. Sorry, Mr.
No, and I might just say, you can probably see I'm working old school from paper copies, so we'll try and find the electronic version as well.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Not at all. Right. So just to save a question, you weren't involved in the original site selection process, Mr.
No, that's correct. I wasn't.
Have you taken the time to speak to the project managers and the client in relation to any other points which go to that site selection exercise?
Yes, as part of my review of the material and in preparing my report, I felt it was appropriate to sit down with the developer and in particular the project manager of the scheme who's been involved from the start to put a number of questions to him to understand some of the background before I was clearly involved, so that I had a better understanding of a number of aspects really. Particularly with regard to site selection, site design.
Thank you very much. Now, bearing in mind its height rather than the site itself that the council appear to be particularly concerned. I want to turn to design mitigation that was applied. So we need to go back to the design and access statement. So that is CD 101. And I'd like to refer to figures 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. And we'll find those on pages 8, 9 and 10 of the hard copies. So let's just wait for people to catch up with that.
So if I may, just in terms of before we do that, if I could just give a couple of bullet points in terms of my discussion with the project manager on site selection.
Of course you can, yeah.
So is it convenient to proceed? The references.
So I don't know whether it was just to catch up. I was taking you to the design mitigation applied in the DAS. I think people were looking for that. I think Mr. Cook said, actually, I've just got a couple of points I wanted to make about the detail of discussions with the project managers. So do you want to just give those bullet points, Mr. Cook, before we get onto the DAS?
Thank you, if I may. So in the discussion with the project manager, I noted a number of key observations. First of all, that the company had undertaken their own GIS sieve mapping exercise with regard to a number of parameters, as you would expect, given they're a seasoned, very experienced developer with regard to onshore wind development. They were very mindful that they were looking for a landscape, a host landscape, which was large in scale and had a simple landform. And that in particular, they honed in on the foothills with forest and wind farms, LCT, which they considered was suitable, reflected by the fact that there was the Hadyard Hill wind farm there. They also, when they were at the site selection stage, were mindful of the Hadyard Hill wind farm extension application, and that was thoroughly prepared and submitted, and so they were able to look at all of that information which was in the public domain to give them a real heads up in terms of key issues that they needed to take into account. And what's so significant about that is that the Hadyard Hill wind farm extension covered the entirety of this site at Craiginmoddie, and indeed was more extensive than this site, so absolutely applied to the site in question here. And out of that analysis, they were particularly aware of the sensitivity of the Stincher Valley to the south, and also were mindful of being located away from the wildland area to minimise effects on the Merrick wildland. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Cook, for that. So let's go then to the DAS. So it's CD 101, and I want to take you to figures 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. So they are on internal pages 8, 9 and 10 respectively. There are also some paragraphs in the supporting text which are helpful, and they include paragraph 3.14, 314 onwards. That's on internal page 6. So again, bullet point form. Mr. Cook, what do you want to tell us about the design mitigation that was applied that we can see from here?
So to summarise, the points I would note is that there were standoff distances to residential properties, as you would expect. That interestingly, as the document is set out, landscape and visual aspects is the first item in the list of technical constraints at internal paragraph 317. The design mitigation has been carefully considered to try and minimise effects on the more prominent steep-sided slopes and minimise effects on views towards the landmark hill of Glenalla Fell and the head of the Water of Girvan Valley. It's also sought to minimise effects when considering design on the Stincher Valley, as well as the Girvan Valley, Water of Girvan Valley landscape units through topographic containment. In other words, setting the scheme back such that the surrounding high ground would provide a degree of containment in terms of line of sight from those valleys. The scheme was also considered to try and achieve a simple, balanced, coherent design to minimise effects on residential properties and wider views, to utilise transport routes where they existed in terms of existing highway roads, but also the forest tracks. I've mentioned the residential buffer to residential amenity, that was set at 1 kilometre. And in terms of the iterations which are documented in the study, it goes from 1 to 2 to 3 iterations. To summarise, the first design comprised 17 turbines, which was then reduced to 16 and then further reduced to 14. And this was in particular to focus on the sensitivity of the Stincher Valley and draw the wind farm back from the Stincher Valley, so the scheme was set back behind the higher ground further north from the valley. Reduction of the turbines as well was also taken into account at the scoping stage. The proposal was looking at 230 metres to tip. This was reduced to 200. And this was particularly done to try and reduce overbearing effects, any potential overbearing effects, and to improve the design fit with Hadyard Hill.
Just stop you there, Mr. Cook, as well. At 3.28, so that's paragraph 3.28 on internal page 10, given the centrality of height in the reasons for objection. Bullet point 1. In paragraph 3.28 on internal page 10. Could you just read that in full, if you have got that, please? So paragraph 3.28, internal page 10, first bullet.
The first bullet. So this says reduction in the proposed tip height of turbines from 230 to 200 meters in order to avoid any potential overbearing effects on the nearest residential properties, improve design fit with the adjacent Hadyard Hill turbines, and to provide a better design fit with the underlying landform.
Very much so. Going back to that reason, they're saying by reason of height. The council is saying by reason of height that the site is inappropriate, but in that design guidance there were 3 matters. So that was to improve fit or to stop overbearing effects of residential properties, to take into account design fit with the adjacent Hadyard Hill turbines, and then to provide a design fit or better design fit with the underlying landform. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Very much so. If you could carry on with your just bullet points, please, in relation to the DAS.
Yes. So the other thing to bear in mind, as is documented there, was the citing of the other ancillary elements of the scheme. So citing of the construction compound, the substation and storage facility was designed to be surrounded by the existing forest to minimise visibility. The borrow pit, the siting of the borrow pit was located with the intention of being facing inward towards the slope to minimise visual effects from views from beyond. And again, the location of the turbines located within the forest itself in a modified landscape, but accommodated in a very in a very sensitive way through forest keyholing, where the turbines would actually be located, and also to maximise the use of the existing forest tracks that were located in the forest in that location.
I think that's paragraph.
So those are the main points.
I think that's paragraph 330 on that same page, internal page 10. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Cook. Next document then is back to the EIAR. So that's CD 005 to chase this through in relation to design, evolution and mitigation. So can we go there, please?
Yes, so just to summarise, in that document, design evolution is given its own chapter, chapter 4. and the paragraphs go from that I'm going to refer to a 4.9 through to 4.21. But it identifies the a number of aspects, and they're really duplicated from what I've just explained and articulated with regard to the design and access statement. But what it did recognise and notes is that constraints were informed, in particular by the Hadyard Hill extension, wind farm extension proposal. And
again, do you have a
that's paragraph 413.
So do you have a reference to that? So that's paragraph 413, and I don't know if you've got a page number for that, Mr. Cook, but if not, don't worry, we can come back to that. But 413 of the EIAR, and again, in terms of height, what's the importance of that, do you say, embedded in the EIAR process?
Again, as I was explaining, as is set out in the DAS, that was taken into account, mindful of the location of the scheme and mindful of the Stincher Valley and other sensitive receptors, but also mindful of the Hadyard extension wind farm.
All right, let's deal with that then a little bit further. And in your discussions with the project managers, as well as based on the material that's before us, I just want to look at Hadyard Hill, design congruity, those sorts of points. So what's your evidence in relation to that, and how successful or otherwise the juxtaposition is?
Thank you. So what I would note, sir, is that the proposed scheme is 200 meters to tip height, whereas the Hadyard Hill wind farm is 110 meters. So clearly there's a difference, which would suggest some potential incongruity. But what I'm very mindful of in terms of undertaking my analysis is we need to be aware of timescales and how the proposal would look over time. So with regard to timescales, my understanding is that this scheme is designed to have an operational life of 35 years. Now, what's interesting is that Hadyard Hill wind farm will be decommissioned in 2031 after a 25-year operational life. Another observation is that whilst Hadyard Hill stands at 110 meters to tip, the Hadyard extension was proposed at 126 meters to tip at the time. And we know today's turbines are around the 200 meter mark. I've given my point on that earlier, and we've also heard Miss Anderson's point on that in terms of cross-examination. So given where we're at with Hadyard Hill, a new application for repowering Hadyard Hill is highly likely, given the policy position that I was referring to earlier, and it is also likely to result in a reduced number of turbines, and the height is very likely to increase and be compatible with the wind turbines that are proposed here at Craiginmoddie. Now, with the consent of Craiginmoddie, if that were to come about, I understand is that it would come into operation around about 2029, so a few years from where we are now, given a number of aspects that still need to be resolved before it would be operational and constructed. So if that comes into operation at 29, and you've got Hadyard Hill, which would be decommissioned in 31, then we're 2 years adrift where they both sit alongside each other. Now, mindful that the proposed scheme is designed for an operational period of 35 years, it means that there's a potential difference in terms of height of what you see in terms of Hadyard Hill as it stands at the moment and the proposed wind farm here. But as I say, what's quite interesting is that if and given that Hadyard Hills was repowered, I think there's a very high likelihood that we'll be looking around about 200 meters to tip height for a repower scheme. And I think that's common ground with the council's position on this, because in the capacity study of 2018, it sets out in a section there, it considers the scenario of Hadyard Hill being repowered. And the assumptions that are made in that capacity study is that the repower scheme would have turbines at 200 meters to tip. And what's quite interesting is that that document is 5 years ago. It's 5 years old, but Miss Anderson then considered at that point that a repower scheme of Hadyard Hill would be in the order of about 200 meters to tip. So I think once you have a scenario where a repower scheme comes into play, that potential concern over any incongruity would be very short-lived.
All right, thank you very much. You may come back to some of those references, Mr. Cook. Just to finish off on embedded mitigation, if you like, very quickly, can we just deal with aviation lighting for a second, please?
Yes, very briefly. I've referred to the my inquiry report, section 6, which is 009.042. And in that section, the paragraphs are 6.1 to 6.7. And to summarize, aviation lighting has been reduced, particularly since the original environmental EIA report was prepared. This includes directional intensity mitigation and reduced intensity to 200 candela in good visibility for 90% of the time.
Thank you very much. We've also got the technical reports from Dr. Lumsden, which are in the core documents, and we'll see whether or not the council wants to make any of that in due course. All right, that's all I want to deal with in relation to embedded mitigation, with a particular emphasis on height. So I want to turn back now to reason for objection A more broadly, looking at landscape and visual effects. So if we can, again, in thumbnail form, effects on landscape character LCTs, Mr. Cook.
Yes, in summary, what I would note, and this is at 4.15 in my inquiry report, significant effects on landscape character would be localized up to approximately 4.5 kilometers. And I'm just going to briefly deal with the number of the immediate LCTs. The foothills with forest and wind farms, LCT SA17C, this is set out in my inquiry report. I'll give you the paragraph numbers, which is 6.104 to 6.111. This is the host landscape. There would be local significant effects, but overall effects on the LCT would be moderate, minor, and not significant. With regard to the intimate pastoral valleys, LCT SA13.
Mr. Cook, your reference was to the EIAR. You said 6104 to 6111 of your inquiry
Sorry,
report.
Yes, I apologise. It's the EIA report.
Saying the intimate pastoral valley, LCT SA13.
Yes, so the reference, the paragraph references in the EIA report are 6.112 to 6.121 with regard to the intimate pastoral valleys. Just summary observations.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, could you just give me the core document reference for that, please?
Yes, it's CD 001.007.
Thank you.
For the EIA report.
Thank you.
So no physical part of the wind farm would be located within this LCT. Localized significant effects would extend 3 to 5 kilometers. That's illustrated by viewpoint 1 in the EIA report. The remaining part of the valley would not be significantly affected. The next LCT is the Middle Dale, which is SA12, which is to the north, immediately to the north of the site. And the EIAR paragraphs are 6.122 to 6.130. And to summarise, there would be no wind turbines located within this LCT, only the first part of the access track. There would be localised significant effects to 4.5 kilometres. And the reference point would be viewpoint 3 for you, sir, from Daly. Overall, there would be a moderate effect on the LCT, not significant. Then the other LCT I would like to refer to is the rugged uplands, lochs and forests, which is LCT SA21. And the EIAR paragraphs are 6.131 to 6.136. Same document, 001.007. The wind farm is located outside of this LCT. No significant effects locally. Moderate effect identified, not significant. And the benchmark or a viewpoint for that would be viewpoint 9, Cornish Hill.
I think that's CD 0, so that's 001, 048. I'm not sure we need to go there at the moment, but as a reference, that's fine. I might also say, I'm sure you're familiar with the location of these various LCTs and designations, but there are 2 figures which are helpful in volume 2 of the graphics for the environmental report. They are figures 6.1 and 6.2. So 6.1 sets the landscape context, and then figure 6.2 provides all of the landscape character designations, and it's got the turbines located on that. So we don't need to go there now, but I think there are other documents, of course, in the multitude of paperwork that you've got, but they're helpful from our perspective. So that's figures 6.1 and 6.2, volume 2 of the EIAR materials. So Scott, with that, you dealt with the LCTs. Then we need to deal with the LLAs. So they're not quite coterminous. Do you want to deal, first of all, with the Water of Girvan Valley, LLA?
Yes, so the Water of Girvan is addressed in the EIAR, and the paragraph references are 6.185 to 6.188. Much of this area accords with the Middle Dale LCT. What's worthy of note is that both myself and Ms. Anderson both agree there would be no significant effects on the integrity or qualities of this LLA. My reference for that is in my inquiry report 3.4. And what is also worthy of note is that that LLA, effectively, when you look at the location plan that Mr. Hardy was referring to, which shows the LLAs, which is figure 6.1 from the EIAR, that LLA wraps around the northern arc, what I would describe as a 180-degree arc north of the site, where there is no significant effect with regard to the integrity and qualities of this LLA. The wind farm lies outside the Girvan Valley. There is no physical effect on the character of this valley. The effects would be visual, relating to the perceptual aspects of character, i.e. its visual context. and there would be localized effects which would not undermine the reasons for this designation. And that was how it was documented in the EIAR at paragraph 6.188.
Thank you very much. Then the next LLA is the Stincher Valley LLA. Same process, please, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. So with regard to the LLA, this is documented, so in the EIAR, and I'll give you the paragraph references, 6.181 to 6.184. And in summary, much of this area relates and is coterminous with the Intimate Pastoral Valleys, LCT. No, there would be no significant effects on the integrity and qualities of this LLA. And I note that in my inquiry report at paragraph 4.44. I also note that there would be no direct effect on the physical characteristics of this particular environment, only indirect visual effects that relate to the perceptual effect on landscape character and qualities. And a reference point so would be viewpoint 1 at South Ballock. I can give you the CD reference for that, so which is 001.040. And also a viewpoint from the Carrick EIAR, which is viewpoint 3 in that scheme.
I think it might be worth going to those two, Mr. Cook, given the centrality of the Stinchar Valley. So viewpoint 1, first of all, South Ballock, and then the Carrick viewpoint, viewpoint 3.
So you can see.
So everybody's caught up with you, Mr. Cook. Has everybody got those? So have you got those open?
Yes, I have them in front of me. Thank you.
Okay, good. So I'm just turning over the page to the baseline visualization 1B. And you can see the context of the view. It's taken from South Ballock, close to the road bridge there. It's looking due, more or less due north, up the valley towards the saddle and Doughty Hill. And you can see the forest plantation on the top of the hill there. Now, what's of particular interest with regard to the scheme, you can see the wire line below, is that whilst the scheme can be seen, it is located very much in what I describe as the low point on the horizon there, in what I describe as the saddle. And in that location, you can see a partial view of a number of the turbines, upper parts of the turbine tower, a few nacelles, but that is narrow and it's very much limited to the saddle in that view. And when you look as the ground rises slightly to the east, you can see how the turbines are increasingly screened such that you only see blades. And particularly when you look an arc around in the view to the west, to the left, you can see with the hill there and the forest that it is only really a few of the tips of the blades that can be seen, which significantly limits the visibility of the wind farm from this particular location. I'll just like to take you to the Carrick scheme now, if I may, in terms of a viewpoint 3, which is CD 002.085. I just need to turn that up myself. So this is viewpoint 3 in the Carrick scheme, west of South Ballot. And you can see when you look at that visualization material, you can see the proposed scheme for Carrick. But what I would like you to note is that again, you've got the similar sort of viewing context in terms of the hills. If you look on the second context photograph and you look on the right hand side of that, you can see the hillside again that I was talking about with the conifer plantation on the horizon there, and you can see you've got reference to Craiginmoddie located there just over 2 kilometers, and there's an indication of a couple of blade tips there. So that shows the degree to which actually it would be screened from the Stincher Valley in the upper part of the Stincher from this location.
Very much, Mr. Cook. While we've got some of the graphics open, I do think it's worth just having a look at figure 6.1 and figure 6.2 and even figure 6.3, which follows on from that. So that's in volume 2. So that's CD1, and then that's the run of 0028,
Sorry.
029, and 0030. So this is that's figure 6.1 landscape context, figure 6.2 landscape character, and figure 6.3 topography and land cover. So I think it's helpful just to have those, because although they're dated, of course, they were 2020. What they do.
Sorry, we're gone.
What they do is give a graphic representation of where the proposal is in relation to those designations, and it also gives a handy ready reckoner of where the viewpoints are for Craiginmoddie around the clock. So you can see those viewpoints there in the circles with the dots on it. So just in terms of orientation, I think that's a helpful graphic to have. Don't need to ask you any questions about those, Mr. Cook. It's just to make sure that the reporters have got those open and the ones which follow. So could we then go back to the narrative that you were explaining? So we're in the category of the Stincher Valley LLA. You talked about only indirect visual effects, and we went to those 2 viewpoints. So could you pick it up from there, please?
Thank you. So other observations I would note with regard to the LLA that we're dealing with here, sir, is that in the LLA review of 2018 with regard to the Stincher, it sets out quite detailed analysis in terms of documentation on the characterization of this particular landscape. But what's interesting is that there is no reference to the influence of Hadyard Hill wind farm. Yet what we do know is that in the same year we have the capacity study which was produced in 2018, and that if you look at that capacity study and look at the sections that deal with the Stincher Valley and the foothills, the host landscape, the foothills, forest and wind farms. What's of particular interest is that the description for the foothills, forest and wind farms, LCT, particularly makes lots of reference to the Hadyard wind farm and its visibility in the local landscape. Now, the point I would note is that, and you'll have seen this on the site visit, is that as you travel up and down the Stincher Valley and also in the upper part of the Stincher Valley, there are a number of locations where there is clear visibility of the Hadyard wind farm, but it doesn't actually find its way in to the defining characteristics that we see in the LLA description. So it's there as visual context for the valley, but doesn't find its way into the characterization of it. The other point I would note is that significant effects have been identified for this proposal being localized east of Bar, but would not undermine the reasons for the designation. And that's in the EIAR at paragraph 6.184. The South Ayrshire Local Landscape Designation Review document of 2018, that document is 009.013 for your reference. Provides a description, a summary description and special qualities on page 28 of that document. And it really does read as a description, and we've heard cross-examination evidence on this point, but it reads more of a description than a bullet point list of special qualities. But I've read those very carefully and considered them, and I'd just like to summarize as I see them. And they're very much topic-based, as you would expect with the paragraph structure. So what I note is it refers to the narrow valley and the pronounced hills.
This is page 28, sir, of your notes. So that's CD 9013, internal page 28.
Thank you for that.
So the first thing to note is it refers to the narrow valley and pronounced hills. How the scheme would have a bearing upon that is not physically, because it sits out with this LLA, but it would provide, the scheme would have a visual context with regard to those. It refers also to the estuary mouth and Ballantrae. This proposal would not have any physical or visual effect upon that part of the LLA. It refers to Glen Tig tributary, and again in a similar context would not be affected by this proposal. It goes on to talk about Knockdolian Hill, again one of the defining characteristics of the LLA. Again, I would maintain unaffected by this proposal. Compact villages, again unaffected. And what's interesting is that Ms. Anderson agrees in her inquiry report. She acknowledges that the compact villages would be unaffected, and it is also common ground that the estate houses would be unaffected. Again, agreement in the Anderson's evidence there. That leaves the narrow and wider valley floor. Now, clearly there would be a visual context to the proposal. And recreation routes, finally, where there would be some limited effect visually with regard to those. But what I would note, just coming back, having looked at those, is that Hadyard Hill is visible, clearly visible along the Stincher Valley at various locations. If you stand at the eastern end of the Stincher Valley, you can look down the valley towards the mouth, and you can see Hadyard Hill turbines in the distance down there. And as you travel west, the Hadyard Hill down the valley becomes quite visible at a number of locations, as do other wind farms at the western end, such as Assill Valley and Mark Hill wind farms. But what I find interesting and not surprising is there is no mention of the visibility and the indirects of visibility that all of these existing wind farms would have on the character analysis as it relates to the description, as it relates to the special qualities for this valley. Now, the Carol Anderson notes that with regard to the proposed scheme, this would be seen between Bar and South Balloch. And she also notes that all other parts of the LLA would not be significantly affected. And that's in her inquiry report 009.046, paragraph 619. Carol Anderson also notes that infrastructure is largely absent, whilst acknowledging that Hadyard Wind Farm is visually apparent. And the paragraph there is 619 in her inquiry report again. The other thing that is noted by Miss Anderson is that she notes that the wind farm would be located almost a kilometre, at 0.9 of a kilometre, north of the nearest point to the LLA boundary that we're talking about. And that's in her inquiry report at paragraph 620. We measure it at 1 kilometre. So
We then move on to the next LLA. That's the High Carrick Hills. Then, Mr. Cook, and thumbnail, please.
yes, so with regard to the High Carrick Hills LLA, the reference I would give you, sir, is the EIAR paragraph 6.189 to 6.192. Much of this area relates to and is consistent with the rugged uplands, lochs and forest LCT. Lot of commonality in terms of area of the LCT. There are no significant effects on the integrity and qualities. I note that in paragraph of my report at 3.4. There would be no direct effects on the physical characteristics within this LLA. There can only be indirect visual effects, and they relate to the perceptual aspect of landscape character and qualities. And probably, sir, the best reference in terms of a viewpoint is Cornish Hill, viewpoint 9, and I'll give you the reference. It's 001.048. Local effects of the wind farm would not undermine the reasons for the designation, is the conclusion in the EIA report at paragraph 6.188.
You probably don't need to go through the special qualities and description in the same detail as the Stincher. Mr. Cook, I'm happy with that. I'm interested in the implications of withdrawal of objection in relation to wild land, and what you say the consequences of that, and what's the logicality of the council's position on that.
So I note that SAC have withdrawn their objection to wildland area, particularly focused upon the special qualities, and that's consistent with Nature Scott. And that's documented in Miss Anderson's report at paragraph 615, where she notes there would be a significant effect on wildness. Now, the point I would note is that the council have withdrawn their objection with regard to the wildland. This has special qualities with relating to wildness, and wildness is something that is appreciated. It's not about direct effects upon the physical fabric of the character of this landscape. It's about the perception of how the proposal would have a bearing upon the perception of this particular area, its wildness, its remoteness, its tranquility. Now, my understanding is that the way that these all manifest themselves are as perceptual elements, and those are perceived by means of viewpoints and views that we take in as we move around the landscape. So I find it's an inconsistent point that the council seem to be maintaining their objection to the scheme with regard to visibility of the proposal, when the visibility of the proposal goes to a key point, which is all about the effect upon wildness perception. And that's documented in Miss Anderson's report, inquiry report. Yet at the same point, in terms of how it's appreciated and how that has a bearing upon the wildness, the council have withdrawn their objection to the wildland area with regard to its special qualities, which is about its wildness. So there seems to be an inconsistency there as far as I can see. If I may, just to go back to the description of the local landscape design review, it sets out a number of paragraphs to provide a description. And what I would note is that in a similar exercise that I've just done with regard to the Stincher Valley, when you look at the first few paragraphs, which are about north-south ridge and geology, the smaller hills in the north and the lochs and the reservoirs, I consider that there would be no effect on those. And interestingly, Miss Anderson also agrees that there would be no effect on those elements. And there would be no effect on those elements because the proposal sits out with. And the reference there for Miss Anderson's analysis on that is at paragraph 613.
Okay, Mr. Cook, that neatly leads on to visual amenity effects then. Thumbnail, please.
So in terms of visual receptors then, I've made a reference for you, sir, which is my inquiry report, where I set out these observations at my inquiry report, paragraph 4.21 to 4.25. Significant effects will be limited and localized. Moderate to major effects are identified only in the upper Stincher part of the valley, northeast of Bar. There are moderate major effects and significant effect identified with regard to the Girvan Valley, specifically in the Daly area at about 4.3 kilometres to the north. There would be with regard to the cycle route 7, which runs along the eastern site boundary, for a short length, there would be a major significant effect. These are the few significant effects within 4.5 kilometres. These are local effects. The 2023 additional information confirmed the conclusion set out in the LVIA with regard to 2 viewpoints. Those are viewpoints 1 and 3, where there would be a significant effect. And also with regard to the wireline prepared for the road on the eastern boundary of the site, U27, that's wireline A, which is in the information. Those are the limited significant visual effects as a consequence of the scheme.
Very much. Now let's turn to reason for objection 3C. So tourism, recreation, resource. Thumbnail again, Mr. Cook. There are a number of touch points there that we can run through, but just give us a flavour of that, please.
So if I may, I'm going to go through them in the as they've been listed in the reason for objection. Merrick Wildland, I'm going to deal with first. That was a matter that was withdrawn with regard to the South Asia Council. Hunter Blair Monument, we've noted that there would be an effect, a moderate effect, but not significant. With regard to Cornish Hill, again, moderate effect, not significant. Shallock on Minnock, moderate effect, not significant. Dark Sky Park, and my reference, sir, is Inquiry Report, paragraph 7.11. The site sits outside the core area, and it also sits outside the buffer zone. It does lie within the transition zone, but that transition zone to the park extends a 10 whole mile radius from the park boundary, which would take you up to somewhere near Ayr and out beyond the coastline to the west. There are, I conclude, no significant effects on receptors with regard to the Dark Sky Park. That's my inquiry report, paragraph 7.11. And Carol Anderson notes in her report at para 8.6 that which accepts none of the viewpoints or routes promoted by the scheme would be affected by the wind farm lighting. The cycle route 7, and which is also cycle route 7, which is the U27, is also part of the Alps cycle route. There would be a significant effect on that where it's alongside the site, but the effects would be localized. And what's interesting is that the route continues further south over the Nick of Balloch, where at that point there would be a moderate effect, but not significant. And then finally, the Galloway Forest Park. This is very extensive, extending to over 700 square kilometres, 770 square kilometres. It's set out in my report at 7.8 to 7.10. The LVIA identifies no significant effects for recreational routes. Much of these routes would be located within forest, visually unaffected. Thank you.
Very much almost there, Mr. Cook. Just to loop back then to reason for objection B, that's the aviation lighting. So just your key points there.
So if I just summarise the points, the lighting scheme that was assessed in the LVIA has been subsequently modified and mitigated and reduced. The design mitigation has, as a consequence, reduced effects with regard to aviation lighting. The original lighting scheme was based on 14 turbines with visible lighting at both the hub and at the halfway point on the tower. The additional information of March 23, I'll give you the reference 001.102 to 114. This sets out that the lighting would be reduced to 8 turbine visible lights on the nacelle, no intermediate tower lights, 12 infrared hub lights, which would not be visible, directional lighting, and reduced intensity lighting by 90% from 200 to 200, sorry, from 2000 to 200 candela in good visibility, which is estimated 90% of the time. Ms. Anderson at paragraph 8.3 of her report accepts, sorry, 8.6 of her report accepts no lighting effects on the dark sky park with regard to promoted viewpoints or routes. Reason for objection refers to the transition area of the dark sky park. As I said, this extends out 10 kilometres beyond the park and would relate to the Stincher Valley. Miss Anderson notes that there would be an effect at her paragraph 8.4, but is inconclusive as to whether there would be a significant effect. I consider there would be no significant effects with regard to lighting, which is set out in my report at paragraph 6.4.
Thank you very much. Then finally, in relation to cumulative effects, Mr. Cook.
So with regard to cumulative effects, this is at my paragraph in my inquiry report 4.84, sir. The wind farm would not lead to any notable cumulative effects beyond the significant effect identified for a short section of Route 7 as it passes between Craiginmoddie and the Carrick wind farm to the east. The LVIA assessment was superseded by the additional information submitted this year in 23. And you have the updated cumulative assessment for the 3 inquiry schemes before you. I would note all 3 of these schemes are in the same LCT. Carrick and Knockcronal would read as a single cluster, with Craiginmoddie slightly separated and seen closer to Hadyard Hill. One significant effect which is identified relates to the cycle route and the road U27, but this is already acknowledged as a significant effect with regard to the scheme in isolation and is not a new significant effect in a cumulative scenario. The nighttime lighting, with Carrick having aviation detection lighting system to avoid significant effects, that leaves Knockcronal with 4 visible lights in addition to Craiginmoddie, which I consider would have no significant cumulative visual effects. That's my paragraph in my report at 4.83.
In terms of then that's additional or accretive effects, if you like, just dealing with in combination effects. So if all of the 3 schemes were to be consented and to come forward, what's your view on combined effects, Mr. Cook?
So what I would note is, should all 3 schemes be consented, I think Craiginmoddie would reinforce the baseline nature of the LCT 17C and remain and prevail as a forest, as foothills with forest and wind farms present.
Thank you. I think the very final matter then relates to community and residential amenity. That was dealt with at the community session. We're not going to do that here. I think you were present, Mr. Cook, at the community session, and the reporters heard evidence on that event. So that's evidence in chief as far as I want to run through your response to the points which remain live. Is there anything that you think I've missed? Because if so, now is your chance, Mr. Cook.
No, there's nothing else I'd like to add, so at this stage.
That means I've done my job half right, Mr. Cook. So, sir, that is evidence in chief. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hardy, and thank you, Mr. Cook. I think this may be an appropriate time to take a short comfort break, if parties would appreciate that. So it's now 11:37. So if we just take a short 10-minute break, and let's say come back at 11:50, and to continue on with the cross-examination. Okay, we'll see you back at 11:50. Thank you. My apologies, I was waiting in the lobby there, so I've just had to be allowed back in. So thank you for your patience. We'll now progress with that. I hope you had a pleasant short break, and I'll now ask Mr. Armstrong to lead us cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, just to give you an indication of where I hope to go with our discussion and the approach that I will take this morning and into the afternoon, I'm going to start by considering the likely impact the proposal would have on the Stinshire Valley LLA, then go on to consider the High Carrick Hills LLA, and then thereafter consider the effects on the Middle Dale LCT and the Water of Girvan LLA, and then any matters that we haven't addressed in these topics. I'll sort of tidy up with going through some points in your recognition and your report. And again, just in relation to the approach that I'm going to adopt, there's obviously clear areas of dispute between you and Ms. Anderson, and you've highlighted some of these today, but they're set out in Ms. Anderson's report and in your report. It's not my intention to go over all Ms. Anderson's positions, the Council's positions on the topics. Instead, I really, this morning and this afternoon, want to try and understand in greater detail the basis for your position set out in the LVIA and your report and your oral evidence today. And I appreciate we're online, so where possible, I'm going to try and just put propositions to you rather than sort of standard question and answer. So as we do, and I'm also going to try and avoid going to lots of documents, because obviously that takes some time. And I'm also conscious that the reporters have heard a lot of this already. And I think, gathering from what Mr. Hardy said this morning, you're not in major disagreement, certainly on the relevant points for your client's proposal. You're not in major disagreement with any of the points that have already been put or discussed with the other landscape witnesses, who I think you've already heard, haven't you? You were listening in on these.
Yes, I caught up with them on the webcast. Yes, not at the time live, but I have caught up and listened to all the landscape evidence that has been preceded today. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and there's no point there that you've highlighted that you said, no, I disagree with the applicant's evidence on one point or on another point in your discussion this morning, Mr. Hardy.
No, I've made a number of observations in my evidence in chief, as you heard, with regard to Ms. Anderson's points that were picked up in cross-examination.
So in relation to the Stinshire Valley LLA, and as Mr. Hardy took you to this morning, the relevant sections of your report, which is CD 942, we need to go to it at this stage, but paragraphs 4.43 to 4.46 in relation to the Stinshire Valley. I think they're on electronic page 28 and paper page 25, if you want to go there. But we can see from that, and particularly, I suppose, paragraph 4.44, that you rely on the analysis set out in the LVIA, and indeed you specifically refer, in relation to the Stinshire Valley, you specifically refer to the paragraphs that, again, you referred to this morning, 6.181 to 6.184 of the LIA for your conclusions. Yeah, you're nodding there. And as far as
yes. Could I just qualify that, if I may?
Yeah.
Just to say that when you read the EIAR, there is a section preceding the section on LLA, sir, that deals with the LCTs. And the LCTs, in the analysis of the LCTs, it's recognizing that these are LLA designations where relevant. And in the LLA section and the analysis, it says to refer back to the preceding section, because there's a lot of commonality between the LCTs and the LLAs. So just for a point of clarification, in terms of analysis with regard to the LLAs, the EIAR should be read in conjunction with the LCT analysis sitting alongside the LLA analysis. So it should be read in the round rather than just the LLA analysis. I thought it was worth just clarifying that for the reporter.
No, and it was a point I was going to raise with you, that
yes.
because the LVIA does helpfully in these sections set out, does it in the sections in relation to the LLA, it helpfully sets out the earlier sections that should be looked at in relation to the LCTs, does it not? Well, we'll come on and look at that. So
Yes.
Again, I think on that point, it's clear that you've got to read the pages in relation to the LLAs also with the LCT analysis that it refers to in the paragraphs. Come on to that. But before we go to look at that in the LVIA, and it might just be a point that we've got because we've got your report out. You specifically refer to the relevant paragraphs in relation to the Stincher Valley, and you also refer to the relevant paragraphs in relation to the water of Girvan Valley and adopt them. As far as the High Carrick Hills, you don't as such refer to the paragraphs and adopt them. Take it from what you've said today that again, you indicated at the start that you'd looked at the conclusions of the LVIA and you were at one with them and the approach adopted. You don't specifically refer to the paragraphs in that. Is that just a sort of, I suppose there's a limit to what you can put into a report, but the other two, that we shouldn't take anything from the fact that for the other two LLAs, you refer to the paragraphs and adopt them, but for the High Carrick Hills one, you don't refer to the paragraphs and you don't specifically.
Yes, that's really, I would almost put that down to drafting, but clearly I have taken them into account. As I was referring to my evidence in chief, I was given the paragraph references for the EIAR. Yes, but clearly I've been cognizant of those in drafting my report.
Yeah, so it's the same position for all three that you're relying on the LVIA.
Yes.
That's what I thought, but I thought it's as well, just clarifying that.
No, that's fine.
Just now, before we go into the details and the meat of that. I suppose, Prosper, also on the, you got your report out, you identify at paragraph 4.44 of the report, again on that page that we've just been looking at. However, it was identified these effects would not fundamentally undermine any of the reasons for designation of these areas. And with regard to the test, which is now applicable following the adoption of MPF4, proposed development would not bring about significant adverse effects on the integrity of the area or the qualities on which it has been identified. Now, I appreciate that obviously the LVIA didn't know what the test, when the author of that didn't know at the time that there was going to be a new test of integrity. But you set out there that it was identified that these effects would not fundamentally undermine any of the reasons for the designation of the area. And I think you repeat that in paragraph 3.4 of your report, which you also referred to this morning. And I think Mr. Calvert's conclusions in his report, which is CD 1524, also draw on that at paragraph 3.36, and I suppose the analysis that's set out in the LVIA. So can we turn to that analysis and just see what exactly the LVIA does say in relation to these points? So if we could have CD 107 to hand, chapter 6 of the EIAR, and the Stincher Valley analysis, which is on paper page 42, electronic page 46. Well, Wait till you've got that.
Yes, so I was just checking my mic is on. It is on. Yes, I have that on page 42. Stincher Valley LLA. Yes.
Yeah, and it starts at 6.181.
Yes.
But I suppose to put it in context at paragraph 6.180, also on that page, electronic page 446, it refers to the 2018 review and explains that it sets out the reasons for the designation and provides a narrative description of character and special qualities. And we're told there as well that, and this is the point that we've already discussed, that it corresponds to the LCTs, and also there's a reference back to, I suppose, the views assessment as well, and that's all set out then in paragraph 6.181, which references back to the LCTs and also refers to the relevant views, the 1, 1, 5, and 10. So it's putting it in context, how you should read this document, how you should
Yes.
appreciate the relevant
Yes.
sections. Yeah.
Yes, it goes back to the point I was making earlier that you need to read this section because the analysis here is informed by some of the analysis relating to the relevant LCTs. Yes.
Yeah, but I suppose the point we then go on and look at the analysis, and at paragraph 6.182, there's the quote for the reasons for the designation. But thereafter, and really getting to a core point that in relation to this analysis is, where is there the identification of the special qualities, the assessment of the extent they will or will not be significantly affected, and indeed the conclusions in relation to the special qualities, because I suppose jumping to the end of the section at 6.184 over the page on electronic page 47, the overall conclusion is, in summary, there would be significant effects on both character and views within the LLA to the east of Bar, but these localized effects arising from the proposed development would not fundamentally undermine the reasons for designation. We don't really get any discussion, do we, of the special qualities, which ones are relevant to these areas, which ones are being affected. It's almost as though it's a geographic or spatial conclusion in relation to, well, one part of the LLA is going to be significantly affected, but there's no real analysis in that paragraph 6.183 or 6.184 of what special qualities are particularly relevant to that part, or what special qualities indeed are relevant to the assessment of the proposal. And perhaps just for completeness, if we go to, because as you helpfully set out at the start, you've not just got to read these 3 paragraphs, but you've also got to look at the LCT analysis. And for completeness, if we go back to the LCT 13, SA 13 as it's put into Pastoral Valleys analysis, which is on electronic page 33 and 34, paper page 29 and 30. Sorry, it goes on to 31. So that's electronic page 33, 34, and 35. There's no specific identification there of the special qualities, and which ones and which areas and which ones might be affected here, is there? So it's a long question, but I'm going to try and do sort of relatively long questions, putting propositions as we're not going backwards and forwards, and then of course come back on all the points.
Yes,
so,
yes, I understand.
Yeah, we've got Spencer Valley LLA part, and we've got the LCT part analysis in this document. But where do we look to sort of see that analysis and conclusion in relation to the special qualities? Over to you after.
Thank you, sir. So if I may respond to the proposition that was being put to me by Mr. Armstrong, the point I would note, sir, is that the starting point is when you look at the document itself, the LLA document, review document, on the internal physical page 28, it provides a description of the character and the special qualities. There's the title. And then we've got several paragraphs going on. And as I was saying in my evidence in chief, when you look at that, the thing you take away from reading that is it starts off, and the clue is in the title, description of character and special qualities. In other words, special qualities that follow. And when you read the following paragraphs, the paragraphs are focusing on particular descriptions of particular parts of the LLA. And I reference those in my evidence in chief. And it identifies particular characteristics. But when you read these paragraphs, it doesn't go into any detail and pick out what are the special qualities. So I think there's a degree of ambiguity in terms of how the document is set out, because it is, and we've heard evidence on this by other parties, that the analysis with regard to special qualities as it relates to this LLA is not explicit. It's inferred at best that if you take the as Mr. Armstrong's suggesting, that if you take the description of the character, these are the special qualities, but that's not clear, and that's not my experience with reading documents like this elsewhere, where you have a character section and then you have a list of special qualities. So that's the position, the starting position. The next point in that context, sir, is that if you turn to the EIAR to paragraph 6.116, where we're starting off with looking at the LCT for this area, it says...
Excuse me, sorry, just to interrupt, can you, it would be really helpful if you just keep saying the CD reference. Obviously you have these all to hat, but if you could just make sure you reference that as well as we jump between the documents, just so that we can keep up. Thanks.
Yes. My apologies. So I'm in the EIAR document, and I'll give you the reference for that, which is 001.007.
That's great. Thanks very much.
And the paragraph is 6.116. So the point I was going to make, sir, is that there is an initial observation that the proposed development sits out with the LCT. And it makes this point saying there's no physical part of the proposed development located within this LCT. So therefore, the effects that this scheme is going to exert on this particular LCT and the LLA are going to be in a visual capacity. Visual capacity, as it relates to landscape character, is a perceptual component of landscape character. And so the various physical aspects of the description that is set out there would not change with the proposed wind farm in place. The physicality, the physical form of the characteristics of the LLA as they are set out in the report would not change. So that leaves the visual dimension. And what this EIAR does is, when looking at the LCT and the LLA, the analysis is all about the visual aspect and how this would have a bearing upon the LLA from that perspective. The other thing I would note in the same document, just moving on to where the EIA deals with the LLA, it does set out in paragraph 6.182, it sets out in full the reasons for the designation. And that's the right approach, because we now have a different policy position where we have effectively a test with regard to significant effects on local landscape designations. So that's what we're looking at, effects upon the integrity, and to look at the other aspect, which is special qualities. But at the time when this document was prepared, the focus was on dealing with the point about what lies behind the reason for this designation, hence it's quoted. So it's right to do that. It's also right to set out that the analysis very much focuses on the visual aspects as to how this proposal would have a bearing upon that general description. And so you've got set out there below that quote, lots of analysis with regard to Daljegberg Hill. It talks about the degree of visibility that there would be from the valley in terms of being northeast or southwest of Bar. It identifies particular aspects. If you look at paragraph 106.184, it makes reference to grand houses. It makes reference to the village, because that's identified as one of the characteristics. It refers to the village of Bar, which is the only real village in the LLA to the south of the scheme. So the analysis is there, but it's looking at those aspects of the description of character that may be affected from a visual perspective, and as it may have a bearing upon perceptual aspects.
Right. Can we look at each sort of individual aspect of that response? And first of all, maybe taking it from looking at CD 913, that's the landscape designation review, that's CD 913. And starting on electronic page 20, paragraph 4.1, 4.2, and you know, this has already been discussed with both the other landscape witnesses. So I wouldn't take too much time on this, but just to want to get your confirmation. Could I sorry to interrupt.
Could I just ask you for the because you're giving me the electronic page references and I've got a hard copy, so I just need to look it up. Unless you've got a hard copy reference.
I've got a hard copy as well. It's page 10. And
page 10 in the document.
Yes. So it's page. I'll do the electronic and hard copies for both, just as because I suspect you've got. I've got a hard copies.
I have got a hard copy of some of the core documents. So
it's CD 913 and it's page 10 hard copy, and I think it's page 20 electronic copy. But it's paragraphs 4.1 and 4.2.
Yes, I have those
to start off with, and that sets out really how you've to use the document.
Yes.
And it identifies, and you've had this discussion with other witnesses, and they I think they've all so far agreed on this, but we're obviously here to get your evidence today. It does provide at 4.1 that a fuller description of the character and special qualities of the candidate LA is then provided, and this together with the reasons for designation should be used to inform any decision on development which may adversely affect the designated landscape. So we're told to look at and consider the reason for designation, but also the special qualities. And then 4.2, we're also told a little bit about the guidance on management of the LLAs and the issues in relation to that. So when we go on to the Stinshire Valley LLA and the statement of importance, which is at electronic page 44, paper page 28. Through to 30. Obviously, anyone considering and using this document with that guidance at the start has got to not just look at the reasons for designation, but then go on to look at the description of character and special qualities, and I suppose also go on to the sensitivity to change section, I suppose management recommendations, which is on page 46. So the 3 pages are relevant. Now, as far as the LVIA is concerned, other than the identification of and quoting the reasons for designation, there is no specific identification of the special qualities or an analysis of the likely impacts on the special qualities, either in paragraphs in the specific LLA section or in the LCT 13 section, is there?
I think that to respond to that, what I would say is if you look in the EIAR, which I think is 001.007, I'll just check that. Yes.
Yes.
So paragraph 6.180 makes it very clear that the analysis that was undertaken had regard to this document. It had regard to the fact that it says the document sets out a narrative description of the character and special qualities. So it's clearly cognizant of those aspects. And it goes on to say a narrative descriptions primarily focus on character, with occasional reference to specific recreational visual interests.
Exactly.
Then it goes on to talk about effects on the underlying character and views are assessed in the preceding sections, taking account the obviously there's commonality, and then as correctly approaches this section focuses on the reason for the designation. Now, when you look at those paragraphs that set out the character and the special qualities, I bullet pointed them in my evidence in chief, and I'm just going to very quickly just go through some of those by way of example. When you look at them, it is obvious from the analysis as to whether the analysis is focusing on where there are potential effects as a consequence of this scheme. So, for example, you'll find in here there is no analysis with regard to no documented analysis with regard to, say, the estuary mouth and Ballantrae or the Glen Tig tributary, because those, it is considered in terms of the analysis that was done here, those would be unaffected by the proposal. And in a similar way, it's gone through and looked at the other elements, such as estate houses, compact villages are given a paragraph each, and they are specifically referenced in the EIA in terms of how there would be an effect or otherwise is documented in the EIA report. So I think what the report has rightly done is looked at the list, looked at the categorization of those items, which I went through the checklist earlier, and has addressed those where it's considered that the proposed scheme would have a bearing upon those elements where there may be a relationship in terms of effect on perceptual aspects of character as it relates to particular points. But it's clear that not all of these are relevant, and therefore it's not necessary to document them.
I'm not disputing that it's not necessary to document all the special qualities, but we'll come on and look at in a little bit more detail paragraph 6.183 and 6.184.
Yes.
But a simple point, though, where in these paragraphs is there a conclusion on whether there will be significant impacts on the special qualities? And as I said at the start, I can understand why there would be no conclusion on integrity, because that clearly wasn't a test. But the conclusion that's set out, is it not, paragraph 6.1.84 is the one that I referred you to earlier. In summary, there would be significant effects on both character and views. So there's an acceptance that there will be significant effects, and it rightly identifies that there are significant effects on both the character and views within the LLA, and then spatially identifies that's to the east of Bar.
Yes.
But it then goes on to say, but these localized effects arising from the proposed development would not fundamentally undermine the reasons for designation. So it's going back to the designation, but it's applying a test there of fundamentally undermining. And it's just, where is there a conclusion in relation to the special qualities? Because it would appear that both you and the planning witness sort of rely on the conclusions in relation to the qualities in your report and evidence. You're relying on the LVIA, but where is there that conclusion that you can point to?
So I think the reason why it's documented in the way it is, and I think this comes back to probably the poor drafting, and this isn't a criticism, it's an observation, but poor drafting in terms of how the information is set out in the review document, because it talks about description of character and special qualities. And we can all read text and understand that is a description of character. I think there's no dispute between us on that point. But when you actually, and you can do a word search, when you go through those paragraphs and you're looking for where it's specifically commenting upon special qualities, it's absent, it's silent. What it does do is define character. It doesn't say specifically what are particular qualities in this general description, because it has.
Sorry.
So
yeah, you finished it.
So I either you look at this one of two ways. You say that all the points in this, which is character, are also special qualities, in which case they're addressed in the EIA, as I've said, from a visual perspective. Or you interpret it the other way and say this is all about character, and it does not go on to specifically identify any specific points in terms of special qualities. So it doesn't say that you've got this character, this character, this character, and then you've got this special quality and this special quality. It is absent. It is silent on anything to do with special qualities other than the title. If it wasn't in the title, you would have no understanding that it was talking about SQs. So I think in terms of how it's phrased in the EIA reflects how the LLA review document has been presented. And it's right that you've got your starting position is to look at the reason for the designation. It's quoted in full, and it concludes that in terms of the reason for a designation, this scheme would not fundamentally undermine its reason for designation. Now, in today's test, and this is where my report brings it up to date, and applying the test about whether there is a significant effect on integrity and special qualities, the reference to integrity isn't mentioned here. And you could say, well, this paragraph again doesn't refer to integrity, but that's because integrity is not referenced in those paragraphs in the LLA report. So it's the same point as the special qualities in that respect.
We then agree that there is no conclusion in relation to the special qualities in relation to in the LVIA.
What I would say is that if you take the position that all of the description is synonymous with special qualities, I think it is comprehensively addressed in the EIA report between the two sections dealing with LCTs and LLAs, because primarily, as it sets out right at the beginning, the scheme sits out with, there are no physical direct effects on character. And this all relates to visual aspect in terms of how it has a bearing upon perception of these particular elements. And that's addressed and focuses on those aspects that would be affected.
Is that answer then yes, that there is no conclusion on the special qualities in the paragraphs 6.183 to 6.184? And if the answer is no, could you please take me to the conclusion in relation to that in these two specific paragraphs?
In the same way that the LLA document does not specifically reference special qualities in any of those paragraphs, it's about characterization of the LLAs. This paragraph, the analysis here reflects the LLA document. And I believe that in terms of I don't really wish to repeat myself, but if you take the the special qualities as being the same as character, then the analysis is set out here as to where the scheme would have an effect upon the particular aspects that sit within this LLA. Some are clearly not affected and not commented upon. The ones that are commented upon is where there is a potential effect that needs to be addressed and is addressed.
Well, Mr. Cook, this morning in questions to Mr. Hardy, you appear to have identified special qualities, and you make a conclusion in relation to special qualities in both your report and in your recognition, where you say that this proposal will not significantly adversely affect the qualities for which the LLA has been identified. And you make a specific conclusion on that at paragraph 4.4 and at paragraph 4.48 of your report. But there is no such, yes, can I finish the question, please, Mr. Cook? But there is no such conclusion in the LLA, is in the LVIA.
The risk of repeating myself, I believe there is, because the way I'm interpreting this is I'm assuming that all the paragraphs that describe the character of the LLA are special qualities, and those that the assessor considered would be affected in visual terms is addressed in these paragraphs.
But let's then look at and start with paragraph 6.183. And it sets out in that first sentence, as set out at 6.12 to 6.21, localized major moderate effects on character would occur in the valley within approximately 4 kilometers of proposed development and would be significant. So there's an identification there. There will be significant effects in a geographical area or spatial area extending to 4 kilometers. Is that?
Yes, and that relates to the upper part of the Stincher Valley, which is a very small part of the overall Stincher Valleys. As we know, its extent as is set out in figure 6.1 of the EIAR.
Yeah, but that's, so that first sentence, and we'll go through each one of these sentences just to see what how we tie this into an analysis of the special qualities. That's that sentence is identifying that there will be significant effects. If we go back to the you've already referred to this, but if we go back to SA13, we're told of the actual area that's involved where the 4 kilometers are. So we've got an identification of where there will be significant effects. So that's the sort of opening point. And then we'll look on to see if there's any special qualities identified, or if there's any special qualities indeed in relation to that 4 kilometer area that's identified where the significant effects will be. We're then told that outside that area, the effects will be no greater than moderate and not significant. After that, there's a reference back to the area that notable visual effects in the LLA that are going to be affected would be confined to open areas northeast of Bar in the valley itself. Those would be major, moderate, and significant, and would include views of turbines seen from Daljedburgh Hill. So we're again told, reminded again, where the effects will be.
Yes, if I may just say at that point, yes. So Jedburgh Hill, where we're referring to Jedburgh Hill, if you look at the description in those paragraphs, the first paragraph is referring to pronounced hills. And there would be a visual context to the proposal with regard to the pronounced hills. So it's dealing with the first paragraph there and the pronounced hills.
Yeah, well, that's a recognition, is it not, that there will be major, moderate, and significant would include views upon the turbines seen above Daljedburgh Hills. So that might indicate, or if somebody was reading this, that might indicate that there's a recognition that there might be significant effects on that special quality.
Yes, so I think we're now agreed that this paragraph is now dealing with the special qualities. It's dealing with that first paragraph, isn't it?
And so that's identifying, well, my point was that there's no conclusion and analysis. We've got the tempters here, I suppose, that, oh, there's going to be significant adverse effects on an area of approximately 4 kilometres. And we're then told that one of the significant effects would include views of turbines seen about Daljedburgh Hill.
Yes,
yeah.
We have viewpoint 1 at South Balloch as the nearest reference for that, haven't we? And also a wireline further down in the valley.
Mr. Cook, we're going to look at all of this in a bit more detail about the wirelines, etc. What I'm trying to ascertain just now is in relation to what's in this LVIA, and we'll be taking it from this and going on to looking at in more detail the wirelines and what are the impacts. But I'm just trying to understand, because you place reliance on the LVIA and the analysis in the LVIA, just trying to understand the analysis in this document and the conclusions that you can take from this document when we're applying the tests that in relation to integrity and special qualities.
If I may just to help, yes. If I may just respond to that point in terms of helping inspect the recorder. What I do note is that there's reference to Jedburgh Hill in that paragraph you've just taken me to. But if you go to the document itself, it's not paragraph numbered, but on the paper copy, page 29, and
which document are we going to give us the CD number, please, for that document?
Yes, this is the review document, so it's the. It's the LLA review document, which is 009 009.013.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that I'm following the right document when you're providing it.
Understand that.
That's very helpful for me. Thank you.
Please continue to interrupt me. Pick me up. So what I was going to say was in that section where we are discussing the character and description and special qualities, in the penultimate paragraph, because it's not paragraph numbered, it says east of the A714 to give you a reference point. But the point in that paragraph, it talks about the stincher in the first line. Stincher is more constricted by higher steep-sided hills, valley floors. And then in the third line, it talks about Daljedburgh Hill. So this is where I was saying that the analysis is focusing on those particular aspects where it has identified an effect it needs to comment upon. Because the EIA is concerned with identifying not every single possible infinite effect, but the significant effects as per the EIA regs. So it's right to be honed and to be focusing on where there is some potential effect. And so Algebra Hill is referenced there specifically, and that ties exactly with the description. So that's that particular sentence. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond.
But just on that point, Mr. Cook, I don't know if there is actually that much difference between you now and Miss Anderson in relation to the identification of the special qualities. Miss Anderson sets out in her report the special qualities that she's identified, and it also she then sets out the effects on that, on these special qualities. And judging by what, appreciate this is not set out in your report, and it's not set out in the LVIA, but what you appeared to be saying this morning in relation to your oral evidence, there didn't seem to be a great deal of difference between the two of you in relation to the identification of the special qualities. It seemed to be more on whether there was a significant adverse effect on them or not, and the opinion in relation to whether there was a significant adverse effect or not. Is that correct?
I think that there is common ground between us in terms of identifying the key component parts of the characteristics which are deemed to be special qualities in this document. I think the difference, as you have outlined, is the difference is in terms of where we see a difference of opinion on special on significant effects. Ms. Anderson identifies a number of significant effects. You've got my analysis in terms of those significant effects being highly localized.
Ms. Anderson identifies a special quality of the hidden secretive quality of the valley being narrow, incised, and undisturbed by major communications, and a second one that's affected the harmonious composition of the valley. Does she not? And I don't think you're really at odds in relation to these points, are you?
Well, the point is that that's not in the actual description of the character and special qualities. There's references to that in the reasons for the designation, but when you look for those terms, those descriptive terms in the character, in the description of character and special qualities, I'm struggling to find them, unless you compare to them.
As we identified in paragraph 4.1 of the review, you've to read the reasons for designation with the description of character and special qualities. They're to be read together, if they not. And we can see, can we first of all agree that is there a major dispute between you and Ms. Anderson on what are the special qualities? You've obviously had an opportunity to read Ms. Anderson's report and the identification of the special qualities. It sounded very much from what you were saying this morning, and it is, to be fair, the first time you've, in your evidence, identified these points this morning. There didn't seem to be a great deal of dispute between you and Ms. Anderson in relation to the special qualities, like the identification of them.
I gave, you've heard my evidence in chief, sir, in terms of providing a summary bullet point form of the characteristics. But I think in terms of what Miss Anderson has done in providing her understanding in her inquiry report is that she's drawn some of the points that are made in the reasons for designation into the next part of the LLA review document. Because it's quite clear there is a clear structure to this report, to the LLA report. For the benefit of the report, I'm referring to the Council's 009.013. It's the local landscape designation review. But the some of the phraseology that Miss Anderson has introduced dealing with special qualities have been drawn from the reasons for designation, because it isn't the wording that wording that is used isn't precisely reflecting the wording that's under the heading description of character and special qualities.
But to take this short, Mr. Cook, that's what you've to do according to paragraph 4.1 of the document. It says you've got to read both of them together, does it not? That's why I took you to that paragraph earlier, which says a fuller description of the character and special qualities of the candidate LAAs are then provided, and this together with the reasons for designation should be used. So it's not you have one and then the other, and you shouldn't look at both. You're specifically told that both of them have to be looked at together. And that is exactly what Ms. Anderson does she not?
Well, as I've explained, if you look at the document, it's in terms of how it's structured, it's very clear. So it provides a description of character and special qualities. So you're looking for the special qualities in the description there. And the way that Miss Anderson has gone about it has drawn aspects which are from the section above. And if you're looking for, or you're taking the special qualities as being the description of character, that's what the EIA report has looked at.
Well, perhaps let's go back to 6.183. And so far, we've got an identification that there will be significant adverse effects in a specific geographical area, and that there's reference to, in particular, the effects on Dal Jedburgh Hill. The next sentence then goes on to indicate that there'll be very limited views of the proposed development. Would also be possible from parts of the Canggu. You probably know better the pronunciation.
I think it's pronounced Chang Forest.
Chang Forest. As set out at southwest of Bar, visual effects reduced notably and would not be significant. So we're told that they're not significant in that area. In the southern western parts of the LLA, beyond the A714, both landscape and visual effects would be negligible. So we're left with, from that paragraph, that there's going to be effects in one particular geographical area, and that there's going to be impact and views, including impact and views in relation to Dal Jedburgh Hill. We then go on to the next paragraph, do we not? And we can then see the identification that the proposed development would introduce views of turbines into a limited extent of the LLA. I suppose that's referring back to the previous paragraphs. It's not telling us anything new there. The next sentence, although prominent in this area, there would not be an entirely new or uncharacteristic feature with existing turbines at Hadyard Hill and the other wind farms visible nearby at various locations throughout the LLA. And there's a reference to the wire lines and a discussion in relation to that. So there's an identification there that for some views that you already see wind farms. And we'll come on to look at this, don't worry, in a lot more detail in a moment. So there's the identification of that. And then we're told, the next sentence, in the closest parts of the LLA, the turbines would be seen on or above the well-defined landform of Dal Jedburgh Hill. I think we'd already been told that in the previous paragraph, but we're obviously told it again and given reference to the various viewpoints. But we're then told, although this is not signalled out or noted as being of particular importance for either the 2018 designation review or the capacity study, but as you've already identified, there is specific reference in the review to that hill. So we're told again that there will be effects on that. And then we're told there will be no noticeable influence in any of the grand houses and effects on the nearby villages. And then that's really the end of it. And we're told in summary there will be no significant effects on both character and views there would be significant effects in both character and views within the LLA to the east of Bar. These are localized effects arising from the proposed development would not fundamentally undermine the reasons for designation. But there's no identification, can we now agree, of the special qualities that are specific to that area, or whether they will be that is significantly affected, or whether there are significant effects on the special qualities. Evan, we've gone through it all now, and there's nothing there, is there?
You've characterised it in a certain way, and I'd just like to provide some qualification for the benefit of the reporter. If we go back to the end of the paragraph 6, 1.83, if I may, to start with, where you started picking up where we'd last left off with Jalgebra Hill. In the next line, it goes on to talk about the Chang Forest. Now, what you omitted to refer to, what's in paragraphs there, is the bar trails. Now, it's referring to the forest there, sir, because that's where a significant number of the bar trails are. Now, why is that put in brackets? It's put in brackets because the description in the document, in the LLA document, specifically refers to the bar trails, which is one of the special qualities. So if you look at the very last paragraph of the list, I'm going to call them special qualities, it refers to the Pilgrim's Way aligned with the Stincher Valley and the bar trails with regard to walking and cycling routes. So the bar trails are the last reference that is made in the characterization special qualities, and they are addressed in that point there. And then it goes on to talk about the next aspect, which is the Dusk Valley, which is at the end of the paragraph 6.183, sir. And again, if you go back to the South Ayrshire Council document, 3 paragraphs from the end of that characterization, it starts off with the word estate houses. In the 3rd line, it's talking about the Dusk Valley. So the EIAR is referring to how the proposal would have a bearing upon the Dusk Valley, which would be negligible. So it can only affect it in a visual context. It's identified the special quality, and it's identified the indirect effect, and that would be negligible. If you carry on in the document, it goes on to talk about the visual context of how the proposal would be seen relative to the wind turbines that are visible within the LLA. It refers to the landform of, in the next paragraph at 6.184 in the EIAR. Halfway down, it says it refers to the landform of Jalgebra Hill. And the reason why it specifically referenced that hill is because it's specifically referenced in the first paragraph under the character or special qualities. So it's right to do so, and it's considered. And that one, only that one is named there because it's only that one of the ones that are listed in the first paragraph that this scheme really has a bearing upon. The paragraph then goes on to talk about grand houses. And again, that's listed in the 3rd paragraph from the end of the LLA review. Starts off estate houses, grand houses. It's addressing those. It says there would be no notable influence on those grand houses, and then goes on to say and effects on nearby villages, because again, in the document, the paragraph above talks about compact villages. So it's picking up again one of the special qualities of the area, which is the compact villages, and the nearest compact village to this proposal is Bar. So that's referenced again. So I believe that this has gone through carefully those paragraphs. It cannot be coincidence that those key words match the words in the paragraphs as they relate to the scheme. Thank you.
Well, we've got your evidence on that, but for completeness, as far as the written evidence that's before us, and you obviously, we agreed that you shouldn't just read these two paragraphs on their own, but we should also look back to the LCT section, which is on electronic page 30, LCT 13 on electronic page 33, 34, and 35. Of this document CD 107, and it does not really add anything more into the equation, though, does it? Because again, I suppose the paragraph 6.117 through to 6.119 identify, that's on electronic page 34, paper page 30. That there will be geographical effects on a particular part of the LCT. Well, there will be effects on a particular part of the LCT. It looks at the geographical context, and it concludes at 6.119 that in the local part of the LCT described 618, permanent effects would be large scale within a very limited area, although generally would be no greater than large medium scale over an intermediate extent. This would result in substantial moderate magnitude of change within this part of the high medium sensitivity LCT, resulting in major moderate effects, which would be significant. And I suppose that ties in with that first sentence of paragraph 6.18883, does it not?
Yes, I think that the analysis here that is set out with regard to the LCT provides a very good understanding as to how the proposed scheme would have a bearing upon this LCT, noting that it can only be in a visual context, because at paragraph 6.116, it's qualifying, it's looking at landscape character. It's first got to qualify that the scheme sits out with of this LCT. There's no physical part within it, so no physical change to the physical character, and goes on to then look at the visual context of the proposal as it would have a bearing upon the LCT. Yes.
Yes, in the context of the conclusion at 6.183, obviously, that there'd be significant effects on the character within approximately 4 kilometres of the proposed development.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And I suppose for completeness, because they are cross-referenced in the LLA section, we should also go to CD 1.79, which is the viewpoint analysis, should we not?
Yes. Again, it's cross-referring to viewpoints for the benefit of the reader. Could you give me the core document reference again, please?
It's core document CD 1.79, 10779.
Just bear with me.
And
this is yes, this is the viewpoint analysis set out in Appendix 6.4. Yes.
And in relation to, I suppose do
I need to turn that up?
Yeah, we'll have a look at that just now, and then we can put it away, hopefully, for the time being.
Just bear with me.
Mr. Armstrong, can I just, given there's a slight pause there, it's coming up to 5 to 1, just to get an idea of when you think would be best to break for lunch.
If we looked at this document as we've all got it out, and maybe look at, I hopefully do this in about sort of 5-10 minutes in relation to this document.
Okay, I just didn't want to interrupt you mid-flow, but that would be fine. Thank you.
Yeah, and then we can put this document away. And if we start sort of by looking at viewpoint 5 and the analysis that's set out there, which is on electronic page 7, and happily that combines with paper page for once 7. And I suppose we've got to obviously read this in the context of these conclusions that we've obviously been reading in relation to the LLA at paragraph 6183 and 6182. And one of the points that's set out in particularly paragraph 6184 is the influence of the other existing turbines at Hadyard Hill. And I suppose told there on page 7 under the existing view that the context for this view, that there's a few operational turbines at Hadyard Hill are visible to the north left of the road, with one turbine standing prominent in a dip in the ridgeline, although most of Hadyard Hill, though, is screened by intervening landform rising to contain the valley to the west. I suppose it's a general point, but specifically in relation to this, that Hadyard Hill is quite well screened, is it not? Because it is in a dip in the landform.
Its visibility is variable. So as you go along the Stincher Valley goes all the way down to the coast, as we know, down to Ballantrae. And when you're at the far eastern end of the valley, you don't necessarily see some of because the wind farm, Hadyard Hill wind farm is made up of three small subgroups of turbines, if you like. And as you're at the head of the valley, you may not see some of the Hadyard wind farm, which is geographically closest, but the Hadyard Hill, which is geographically furthest from that viewpoint, you do see it looking directly down the valley. And at the mouth of the valley, as you look down the valley, you can see Hadyard Hill turbines, some of the Hadyard Hill turbines there at the end. And as you travel up and down the valley, from the main A road, traveling eastward, you get varying degrees of visibility of Hadyard Hill. Some locations very well screened, and in other locations very, very evident, self-evident.
Well, we'll look at some of the viewpoints in due course on the wirelines, but as far as this analysis is concerned, there's it sets out, and of course the reporters will have seen this from themselves when going on the site visits and looking at this viewpoint in particular. But it shows that it's saying that there's a few operational turbines at Hadyard Hill visible. It then goes on to say the predicted views, theoretically all 14 blade tips of this proposal and 11 hubs would be visible on the horizon, and that the conclusion is the scale of change during operation is predicted to be medium, and the scale of change to landscape character, there's a conclusion that the proposed development would notably increase the influence of wind energy at this position within the valley, and the conclusion that the scale of change during operation would be medium.
Yes.
So again, when this is feeding into the conclusions 6.183, I suppose that ties in with that first sentence of paragraph 6.183. And if we go on to viewpoint 1, which is on page electronic page 2 of this, again on the existing view, we're told that Hadyard Hill, we're going to see the tips of 2 or 3 of the turbines, but that's about it. But as far as what's proposed here, the hubs and rotating blades of turbines 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 would be clearly visible. And we're told that the scale of change during operation is predicted to be large, with the scale of change during operation overall conclusion on landscape character. Proposed development will be seen as part of complex valley side, introducing turbines more notably than the existing Hadyard Hill turbines, and the scale will be large and medium. So that again sort of assists in the context of understanding that first sentence in paragraph 6.183, does it not?
Yes, it does. But clearly these are, you can't provide visualizations for every location. But if you look in that area, because an appreciation of the visual effects as it relates to perception of character is appreciated by passing through a landscape. It's a sequential viewing experience, and that needs to be also just borne in mind, because these are static locations where you get one particular visual effect, and there will be a degree of visual effects as you pass through the area sequentially, as you would appreciate. So this, yes, does go to help inform the analysis that is set out in the earlier part of the EIA report, yes.
And I suppose if we're going to sort of try and understand what the conclusions in 6.183 to 6.184 and these other sections that we've just looked at, conclusions, the conclusions of the LVIA, we should then consider them in the context of the special qualities that you discussed this morning with Mr. Hardy, and that are set out in detail in Ms. Anderson's. So you're on mute.
Apologies. What I was saying was, if we assume that the description that is in the local landscape designation review document equates to the special qualities, then those are addressed in the EIA, and I've given you my analysis and understanding as to how they have informed the conclusions that have been drawn as to how this would have a bearing upon the LLA. The EIA report concluded that in terms of the reason for the designation, that would not be fundamentally undermined. And in mindful of the current day policy text in terms of looking at integrity and special qualities, I've given you my analysis based on what is documented in these reports, as to my conclusion that there would not be a significant effect on the integrity or special qualities.
Well, we'll come on and look at that after. I think this probably would be a good time to break.
Oh, okay, thank you very much, Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Cook. It's now 3 minutes past 1, so I think we will break for approximately an hour. So shall we return at 2 p.m. to continue? Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the time's now 2 o'clock. I think we have the relevant parties back. I can see Mr. Armstrong and Mr. Cook. I don't know if Mr. Hardy's on the line. I'm seeing Mr. Hardy appear, which is very helpful. I was just going to check whether Mr. Armstrong has received the transcripts mentioned this morning by Mr. Hardy.
Sir, I have received them, and I've had a chance to. We've had a chance to look at them here, and yeah, I've no objection to them being lodged as a core document. Leave it up to Mr. Hardy what core document number or where he wants to insert these in the list. So no, I've got no objection in relation to that. The only other thing, perhaps on documents, I think Mr. Hardy said that over lunch he'd forward on the CD documents that he's going to refer to this afternoon or tomorrow morning, depending when we get finished, for the cross-examination, just so as everybody can download them. We don't seem to have got that.
No, I've got the list, and I will send that round Mr. Armstrong as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Hardy, and for that clarification as well, Mr. Armstrong. So I think with that said, I think we can recommence. Mr. Armstrong.
I'm obliged. Mr. Cook, just to sort of tie this together in relation to this first LLA and the LVIA, would you not agree that any reasonable person who's reading the paragraphs of the LVIA that we've looked at this morning in relation to this LLA would conclude that there are special qualities are affected and that there will be significant adverse effects on some of these special qualities?
As I noted earlier, there are the special qualities, and there's been reference to those. And there would be no significant effect with regard to those special qualities. There'd be no significant effect upon those particular qualities.
Well, I've got your evidence now from this morning in relation to that, and we've gone through this. But as far as the LVIA is concerned, the point was that if you read the relevant paragraphs that we've looked at this morning in relation to the LLA and the associated other paragraphs in relation to landscape character and in relation to the viewpoints, any reasonable person would conclude that special qualities are firstly affected and that they are significantly adverse, that some of those special qualities are significantly adversely affected, having regard to the conclusions in relation to the specific points that we've looked at this afternoon.
No, I don't maintain that, because when you look at the, I'm going to call it the paragraphs or the list that I went through in evidence in chief, the narrow valley and the pronounced hills, the legibility of those elements would remain with the scheme in place. And that's also true of the reference to the estuary mouth and Ballantrae. It also referenced Glentig tributary, again, no material effect on that. Knockcronal Hill, reference to the compact villages, the estate houses, and the valley floor, along with recreation routes. The special qualities that are characterized in that description would all remain and prevail with the proposed scheme in place. And that's probably as a sort of a sense check for that. If what I would note for the reporters is that when you travel up and down the Stincher Valley, which is really quite extensive, going from South Balloch all the way down to the coast of Ballantrae, and heading further south as well, that there is clear visibility and visual context of wind farms on the frame, forming visual context to this LLA. And what I note is that if those degrees of visual effect were deemed to be significant in terms of affecting the special qualities, they would be documented in this LLA review document in terms of characterization that is set out there. But there isn't any reference at all to how these have an effect on the special qualities. And you can read from that that the special qualities are not significantly affected by those wind farms, and visibility, it is only visibility because there are no wind farms in the LLA. And that's the position that I believe is the situation here with the scheme.
Mr. Armstrong, I think you're on mute.
Don't
want to miss the question.
Yeah. I might even answer it myself, but you, Mr. Cook, are referring to the whole of the LLA. It's the conclusions of your LVIA, or the LVIA appreciates it's not yours, that there will be major moderate effects on character would occur in this 4 kilometers of the proposal. And I'm suggesting that anyone who reads that along with the rest of paragraph 6.183 and 6.184 and the earlier passages that we've referred to would conclude that in relation to this specific area where there's an identification of significant effects, that the special qualities that are relevant to that area would be significantly adversely affected. I mean, we don't need to go on about the other special quality. I think we've got your evidence noted down in relation to the other special qualities. We've got your evidence noted down in relation to the area outside the 4 kilometers. But in relation to this specific area where there's a conclusion that there will be significant adverse effects, that conclusion impacts, does it not, on the special qualities of the hidden secretive quality of the valley, being narrow in size and undisturbed by major communications in this part of the valley, and the composition of the valley, again, within this 4 kilometer area, does it not? Only in relation to this area. Can we just deal with this area rather than outside the 4 kilometer area that's set out at 6.183 and which is defined in the SA13 section, paragraph 6.117 through to 6.119. Only in relation to this area. We've got your evidence in relation to the other areas, but in relation to that particular area.
But the LLA documentation refers to the valleys. It refers to there's a total, it's referring to the designation, and that is the totality of the area that falls within that designation. And the special qualities relate to the whole of the designation.
Right, so that's your evidence.
The integrity. So whilst there may be a localized significant effect, when you look at the special qualities as they relate to the LLA, those special qualities are not significantly affected.
So your position is that the special qualities have got to be looked at as across the whole site. They cannot be geographical to or geographically specific to a particular area of the LLA. Is that your evidence? And is that why you're taking the position you're taking?
The special qualities, when you look at them, some are general descriptors or descriptions that relate to the totality and the broad area that is encompassed by the LLA. And an example of that would be, say, reference to the narrow valley and, say, the pronounced hills. But there are specific areas where it's very specific. So it's talking about, say, Knockcronal Hill, or it's talking about, say, the Glen Tig tributary. So those are very specific areas. But here it doesn't, what the special qualities doesn't identify is a particular area where we're talking specifically about the upper Stinshire, just between northeast of Bar. It's talking about these geographical and geomorphological features in terms of the narrow valley, pronounced hills, in the round as far as the totality of that area is concerned. Or there may be a other specific element, but these are the special qualities relate to the whole area. And
you're saying that they relate to the whole of the LLA and not specific. So you can't make an assessment that in relation to this area, the area that's identified where there's a significant effects, that there will or will not be an impact on the special qualities that are relevant to that area. So in relation to the 4 kilometre area, you're saying you can't make an assessment, or you shouldn't make an assessment, is that your evidence, on whether the hidden secretive quality of the valley being narrow in size and undisturbed by major communications, as far as this area is concerned, you can't make that assessment in relation to that 4 kilometre area. You've instead got to make it in relation to the whole of the LLA. Is that your evidence?
No, it's right to make the assessment, to draw an assessment from the scheme, and the assessment has concluded that there's a local effect, a local significant effect, but then that has to be applied against what is set out in the LLA designation description. And so simply because there is a local significant effect, it doesn't automatically follow through that the particular special quality is significantly significantly affected as well as a special quality.
But you see, that's not done in your LVIA. Should you not consider whether there are any relevant special qualities for that area that are significantly affected? Should you not consider that point? And there's just no analysis of this, you see, either in your LVIA or in your report, or indeed even in your evidence today. There's been no an analysis of considering the impact, the significant impacts that are identified in the LVIA, and how they affect the special qualities in that area. There's simply no analysis of that in the paragraphs that we've been looking at, is there?
I'm afraid I beg to differ with your view there, because as we explained before the break, I made it very clear how the analysis that had been done in the LVIA had looked through the relevant documentation in terms of the LLA designation information, looked at the paragraphs, looked at the descriptions, and the LVIA analyzes very thoroughly in terms of how the proposal would have a bearing upon the visual effects of this area in the first instance in terms of the LCT, and then how that has a bearing upon particular aspects, and it comments on where there would be an effect to be considered.
I suppose for completeness, or not over things again, you were referred to one viewpoint. I suppose another key viewpoint to consider when the reporters and Scottish ministers are considering whether there are special qualities in this area, whether they have been significantly affected, would be viewpoint 5, CD 1 at 44. We go to that briefly.
This is the view from the eastern side of Bar, isn't it?
Yes, and we get an idea of the impact, because you can continue on down that road travelling east, and we get an idea of what the impact would likely be of the Craiginmoddie proposal by, if we're driving down that route or walking down that road, looking at the first wireline A and wireline C, along with E, and to get an indication of what the likely impacts are going to be in that area? We're not.
Yes, I think that the viewpoint 5 is helpful to gain an understanding in terms of, obviously this all feeds into the LVIA analysis in the round, but you can see how Craiginmoddie would sit there on the simple skyline that to a degree is screened by the trees in the foreground there. Now, there was reference to the fact that this location is located on the eastern side of Bar, and that's because from much of the rest of the settlement, where we know that settlements are a special quality, the opportunity to observe the wind farm from most parts in that settlement would be highly restricted. So it's only when you're coming out and you're on the east side of the settlement that there is a potential line of sight. What you do find as you go down this road eastward towards the head of the valley, there is again a number of locations with the undulation of the road and vegetation in the valley where the line of sight is interrupted. But what I would note, sir, to assist in this, because it is part of the sequential viewing experience, if you go further east of this point to the next location, which is viewpoint B, which is the wireline B in the same documentation, this the core document reference is 001.056. This is a location much nearer to the proposal further down the valley on the road again. And you can see from the wireline, you've got Daljebra Hill in the foreground, and you can see how little of the wind farm would actually be visible from this location.
And I suppose, Mr. Cook,
sorry. And then the final point is, if, say, you were to turn up don't necessarily need to turn it, but I can give you the reference, but viewpoint C of the Carrick LVIA, and I'm just looking for the reference for it, which is CD02.085. So that's a viewpoint 3 from the Carrick scheme. You can, obviously it's focused on Carrick, which is centered as you would expect, but in that series of illustrations, visualizations, you can see how limited the proposed Craiginmoddie wind farm would be in that viewing location, which again is just further along the road in the Stincher Valley. It's only the blade tips, a few blade tips, that would be visible. And that's because of the physical visual containment that is achieved by the Daljebra Hill being in the middle distance, screening the vast majority of the proposed wind farm there.
Well, we can see by probably the best way of doing is that there would be for the reporters to certainly have the CD1044, and I suppose CD132, which is the ZTV, giving an indication of the blade tips and that are likely to be seen.
Mr. Armstrong, can you just give me that reference again? The last
CD132, along with the other relevant visualization.
Okay, just bear with me to find that one.
I'm just turning that up.
Would CD132 be the best one of that includes screening from woodland and settlements, does it not?
Yes. Thanks.
So really having a combination of these whilst looking at going along that road gives you an indication of the likely effects.
The ZTV does need to be taken into account. I've got something over on my screen. Sorry, just to say the ZTV does need to be taken into account. But what is of particular note is that when you look at the ZTV in the uppermost part of the Stincher Valley, you'll see that the the northern part of the Stinchia Valley there is affected to a far less visual extent because of the containment effect, visual containment effect of Jedburgh Hill that you can see there. You can see that on the ZTV. And the other thing to note is that upwards of probably 50% of the upper part of the Stinchia Valley is covered with commercial forest plantation. And that is primarily on the southern half of the valley. And from that plantation area, again, there would be no opportunity to observe or very little opportunity to observe the proposed wind farm, except in the fact that there would be rotation felling over a period of time, but rotation felling in combination with replanting.
Well, it gives you it gives you a helpful blade tip and hub visibility, taking into account the screening from woodland and settlement, doesn't it? And that, in combination with obviously walking down and driving down that road, would be the best way to look at this. And I suppose also to look at the extent that Adyard Hill affects the character and the views in this area, particularly along that road going east from Bar.
Yes, Adyard Hill, as you see it, to the northwest on the horizon, but also looking westward down the valley to see it down towards the mouth of the valley. You see Adyard Hill in a number of locations.
And the helpful analysis that's set out in CD 179 that we looked at earlier in relation to the viewpoints helps us on that in identifying the likely effects on character and the impact of Adyard Hill as well, doesn't it?
CD 179, remind me.
We looked at that just before lunchtime.
Just got to remind myself of that.
It's the technical appendix 6.4 viewpoint analysis.
Yes.
Now, we've discussed and the special qualities, but as far as your conclusion on integrity is concerned, now I understand why the LVIA has got no conclusion in relation to integrity, but as far as your report is concerned, you do not set out a basis for your conclusion in relation to integrity, do you? And I suppose you don't also set out really your understanding of what is meant by integrity. And so can I start? And again, perhaps if I set out the sort of propositions and then you can come back. I mean, do you consider, for example, that integrity means the wholeness of the area, the unity of it, or soundness of the whole being unimpaired? And whether you've got to consider that damage to one part could be damage to the unity or soundness of the whole. And what extent do you consider you require to have regard to the special qualities when having or when considering these matters? Again, we don't get any assistance from your report or indeed your recognition in relation to the analysis that you've carried out in relation to integrity. And I just wonder if you could perhaps, well, first of all, tell us, is there somewhere, have I missed it out, where you set out your consideration of integrity and definition other than the conclusions that we can see from the page 28, electronic page 28 and 29 of your report?
Yes, so in my report, I've said that there would not be a significant effect on the special qualities or the integrity. In terms of your question about integrity and the definition, I, like along with others, I've obviously gone to the dictionaries, a number of dictionaries and thesaurus to have a look at the definitions there, because it's useful as a benchmark. And the two words that come up consistently is unity and whole. And in that regard, and that's the research I did when I was preparing my inquiry report, is that I do not believe that the integrity would be significantly affected on the basis of that definition. The totality, the wholeness, the unity of the LLA would remain and prevail with the proposed wind farm in place, and that would also, we've discussed special qualities, so I won't go over that again, but certainly with regard to the integrity, I have no doubt in my mind, having the benefit of all the analysis that's set out in the EIA and all the component parts of that, that the integrity would not be significantly affected.
But as far as your analysis, though, if we're looking for your written analysis of this, that's really contained on page 25, 26, Ampetronic page 28 and 29 of your report, which is 9.42, CD 942.
And I'm relying, yes, I do document it there, and I'm relying on the fact, as I've said in my report, I'm relying upon all the preceding work that went before. And in terms of the LVIAR, quite correctly, I think, in terms of the analysis, is concluded that with regard to the LLAs, there would be, and we were talking about the Stincher, would not be fundamentally undermined by the reasons for the designation. That was a sensible approach and a pragmatic approach to addressing the LLA description and analysis set out in the document at the time. Now we are in a different situation, planning context now, with reference to the test in terms of significant effects as it relates to special qualities and integrity. So I wouldn't expect that to be documented there, but the analysis is sound, and I rely upon that. I suppose a sense check, maybe for the reporters, is that there are a number of locations where you could, if you're looking at even Hadyard Hill as it stands today, identify a significant effect on the character at a localized area, within the LLA. But that has not found its way into the description of the LLA at all in any way, shape or form. And the description of the special qualities, which is, when you look at it in the round, is the integrity of the scheme, is not in any way influenced by the proximity and the degree of effects that flow from current schemes that are operational. And all of that is documented in the LCTs, which is a document which was published in the same year by the same author.
We'll come on to look at Hadyard Hill in due course, but just going back to the questions that I asked you, and perhaps we deal with it one part at a time. Do you think that then there is and appreciate that the witnesses so far have taken different approaches to this, but there is, when you're considering the integrity, you have to consider the special qualities and decide whether any of the special qualities are significantly affected, or do you consider that it's two completely separate exercises?
I think it's probably two stages. I think you probably need to identify if there's a significant effect on a special quality, which I don't believe is the case here, as for the reasons I've explained. If you did identify a significant effect on a special quality, that then needs to be considered against all the other special qualities and considered in the round as to whether that would as well lead to a significant effect on the integrity. But it doesn't automatically follow. I think you'd have to look at it, look at the particular circumstances.
And do you think?
I mean, sorry, if I could perhaps give an example. Bear with me. So, if for example there were a significant effect was found, there is particular reference to, say, Knockcronal Hill, which is a very specific location. If there was a significant effect on that as a special quality, does that question and then bring into the frame that there is a significant effect on the overall integrity of the LLA? So I think it's staged. I think there needs to be a staged analysis there. I think you can't just make the assumption that if there is a significant effect found with regard to one special quality by some automatic presumption that there would be a significant effect on the integrity. I don't think that necessarily follows.
Well, we've got your evidence that there is you're in the group of witnesses that think that there is a link between considering and assessing the special qualities and whether there is a significant effect on the integrity. On the question of integrity, I've put to you various quotes, whether you consider, and let's perhaps just deal with them one at a time, that integrity means the wholeness of the area, the unity or soundness of the whole being. The unity and the soundness of the whole, should I say, being unimpaired.
The commonality there is the totality, isn't it? It's in terms of integrity.
Well, the wholeness being unimpaired, I suppose, recognizing that the entire area of the designation is valued, and I suppose that adverse effects on part could damage the unity and soundness of the whole. Do you agree with that?
It is a very theoretical position, but as I said, if you found that there was a significant effect in terms of one of the special qualities, you'd want to then analyze that further to establish whether it had a significant effect on the integrity. But the integrity is the whole and the unity of the LLA. So that's I think a fairly high bar.
Well, I wonder if perhaps if we have, because Mr. Bell on Monday said that document CD 1364 was very helpful in understanding this, and it's now been produced as a core document. And I've been quoting from it, from these various quotes. Could we perhaps then just have that? And I appreciate it's a draft document, but if we could have CD 1364 to hand, that's
not sure that's that reference, is it? Is it 13 or is it?
Sorry, 7. Sorry, is it 70? Oh, I got that wrong. It's 17.
What's the name of the document?
Sorry, it's sorry, I've got that noted down wrong. It's 9.72.
009.
Yes.
Just to be clear, CD 009. And what's the other three numbers?
72.
72. It's the one that was lodged on Monday.
That's the nature spot note on the legislative and policy framework.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That's where I got that.
You have that one, Mr. Cook?
The core document list I'm looking at goes to 69 in the 009s. So I haven't got that to hand. I'm happy for you to, Mr. Armstrong, to carry on with the point. I didn't listen to that particular planning session.
Have you seen this document before? It's the draft note on the legislative policy framework for national parks and national scenic areas, and it sets out an analysis of what I think it was probably SNH at the time called themselves, of integrity and what that means. Have you seen it before?
Yes, a little while ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you should be able to, if you can download the. Sorry, I may have given you the wrong reference when I gave you the documents I was going to refer to.
You said 009 is 72.
No, I was meaning on the list of documents that that be handy to download. I think I might have got the list.
The reference number I have is CD009.072.
Yes.
So it is a core document and it has been submitted, and I've managed to open it. So it does exist on the core
Yes.
document list. It may just not be the version that you have, Mr. Cook.
Yes, I think I've got an earlier version. If you can, perhaps at the break, I can get the update. All right, can be emailed to me, and I can look at it that way, maybe.
Mr. Armstrong, are you happy to go in and come back to that point, or?
I'll go on and come back once you've got that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see. Hang on.
Okay, just take a couple of seconds to see if I can.
Yeah, just see if I can find it. So it's the note on legislative policy framework, national parks, scenic areas.
Yeah, it's headed draft at the top.
Yes, I have that. Yes, I've got that.
In actual fact, it
Paragraph?
was one of the. Sorry, Mr. Cook. It was. I did correctly. I just verbally got it wrong, the reference. But on my list of documents we were going to refer to today, I did correctly put it down as, or Mr. Lopez, should I say, correctly put it down as 9.72. So it should be one of the documents that you've got on your download.
I think Mr. Cook has the document now, Mr. Armstrong.
You do, and you've said you're familiar with it. But and it's, I was quoting from paragraphs 10 and 11 there, and it was just really to see whether you agreed with this or whether you took issue with it. And just for completeness, it's second page, paragraph 10 at the bottom. There's the reference to overall integrity, and it sets out there, it means the wholeness of the area, the unity or soundness of the whole being unimpaired, recognizing that the entire area of the designation is valued and adverse effects to part of it could be damage to the unity or soundness of the whole. And then there's the quote from a reporter's findings in a PLI, which goes on to say, in the italics, this is rather more strict than if one had interpreted overall integrity as being breached only by development that would have effects across a wide area of the NSA. It then goes on, however, given the national importance, this seems reasonable. And then in paragraph 11, there's reference to application of the first limb of the test requires informed and reasoned judgment. A significant effect on special landscape qualities does not inevitably compromise the designation's objective and/or integrity. Neither is any such compromise dependent on an extensive area or large number of special landscape qualities being significantly affected. Compromise requires consideration of the nature of the location affected and the nature of their qualities, including their extent, number, location, and contribution to the wider designation. Would you agree with that assessment, or that analysis, should I say? It's not an assessment, that analysis of what integrity means?
I think it's quite clear, and I think it reflects what I was saying, that and the last sentence which you didn't read out in paragraph 11, if I could just follow that up, compromise is likely where significant effects result in an evident and noticeable material change to any of the special landscape qualities. So again, if the special landscape qualities relate to the totality of it, that's what you need to consider. But the other thing to note is that, and again is consistent with what I believe I was saying, is in the last bullet point, I think it's the last bullet point, yes, in the last bullet point on where it's talking about overall integrity means the wholeness of the area, and that's right, is the unity. It goes on to say soundness of the whole being unimpaired, recognizing that the entire area of the designation is valued, and adverse effects to part of it could could be damage to the Unity. And it goes back to what I was saying about that staged approach, that you need to look at just because there's a significant effect, there isn't an automatic presumption that there is a significant effect on the integrity. And that's clear there. There could be damage to the Unity, but it doesn't automatically follow. So you have to establish whether there's a significant effect on the special quality first. And if there were to be a significant effect on the special quality, you then need to look at how that sits in relation to the overall integrity. And the last sentence, which I was just reading in paragraph 11, kicks in there, where you've got to look at the degree to which the significant effect, and this is the test, has an evident and noticeable material change to the particular special quality that you might be looking at. And I don't believe that is the case here for the evidence that is set out. Sorry, I think you may be on mute, Mr. Armstrong.
You accept that this is a helpful document. Obviously, this is dealing with a definition of overall integrity rather than just integrity.
It's
the question for us to consider in relation to LLAs. But you agree that this is a helpful. These are helpful pointers for when the reporters come to consider whether the integrity of the LLAs here has been significantly affected or not.
I think it is a helpful document for the decision makers.
Good. I think we're at one on that, so we can move on. And let's go on to the High Carrick Hills then, and we'll try and take this a little bit quicker than the last one, because I think we've got the note of the approach that you adopt and the regard that you're having to what's actually set out in the LVIA when you're making you're setting out your conclusions. And again, in relation to this LLA, let's just start with the LVIA, and the relevant section in relation to the High Carrick Hills is on electronic page. Sorry, first of all, we should have CD 107. And it's electronic page 48 and in fact it is just on 48. But again, this has got to be read in the context of what's set out in paragraph 6.189 on that electronic page 48, paper page 44 for you and I, Mr. Cook.
Yes.
That you've got to look at this in the context of particularly looking at what the findings are, what are the conclusions and assessment, should I say, in relation to the LCT 21. Is that correct?
So do you mind if I take my jacket off? I'm just a little bit warm.
No, that's fine.
With you.
Okay. Yes. So just to go back. So again, this has obviously got to be read with looking at the
LCT
section, in relation to the LCT as well.
Yes, absolutely.
And I suspect your position is the same in relation to what is set out in paragraph 6190 to 6192, and the extent that the matters in relation to special qualities are considered and analysed in these two paragraphs and the supporting paragraphs.
Yes.
But the overall conclusion is at 6.192, there would be no significant landscape or visual effects within the LLA. That's obviously different from the position in relation to the Stinshire Valley. Here, it's that there'd be no significant landscape or visual effects. And
yes,
I suppose on that basis, you could also, I suppose, argue that then you wouldn't really need to go on and consider the special qualities, because there's a conclusion that there's no significant adverse effects.
But Speaker. I think it is it's still appropriate to look, as the EIAR has done, look at the degree to which there would be a visual effect exerted upon this LLA area, the High Carrick Hills. And then for that, so that visual analysis is set out in the preceding section with regard to the LCT in the main. And then that's carried forward and also taken into account with obviously all the other visual analysis, but taken into account in those 2 paragraphs, and goes through the similar exercise, looking at the characteristics that are set out in the LLA document and seeing to what degree there would be a visual effect upon those special qualities.
Well, I was intending to do that with you. Don't worry. I mean, I was just getting that.
Yes.
Yeah, your conclusion and your position
Yes.
on that, and that conclusion. But if we can just perhaps then go through paragraph 6.191 and 6.192 again, because again this sets out or condenses, I suppose you would say, the evidence that you base your conclusions on in your page 25 of your report.
Yes.
And I suppose we've got, as set out, and there's the reference back to, so we've got obviously got to look back to that. But we're told there in that second sentence that given the remote nature of the area, there are few visual receptors, and the ZTVs illustrate very limited potential visibility within the LLA. Well, I suppose again, as far as the assessment of that is concerned, rather than us going through and discussing that in detail, we can all see for ourselves. It would be CD 132 again. We should look to for the area,
ZTV,
the ZTV that we looked at earlier. Would you agree?
Yes, I think it's informative and it assists, and what that clearly shows is there is clearly some visibility of the proposed wind farm, but significant areas, because it is a very large area, the High Carrick Hills. There are significant areas where there would be no visual effect. Mindful that, as this EIAR says, the wind farm is proposed out with this LLA. There is no physical effect upon the character or any of the character elements associated, defining characteristics of this LLA. The way in which this proposal would have an effect would be in a visual context, where that has a bearing upon perceptual elements. And you can see the ZTV as you referring me to. The other point I would note, sir, is that a significant part of the western and the northern part of this LLA is subject to forest plantation, and therefore the opportunity to be able to appreciate the wind farm from this LLA would be very limited from those locations, accepting there would be rotation, felling and replanting.
Well, there's obviously we're told in a number of documents, including the capacity study and the 2018 review. This area is popular. It's popular for recreational pursuits, including walking and cycling. And we can see from the CD 132, as we agreed, the extent that that this proposal will be visible from significant parts of this area.
Yes, I don't think I've got anything else to add other than my to add over and above my last response, sir.
Yeah, and going back to the text, then we're then told that after the sentences we've looked at, the only visual receptors when the LLA likely to experience notable effects would be NCN Route 7, where there would be some quite open and relatively close proximity views of proposed development over a short section along the neck of the Bala. And we've obviously got the the wire lines in relation to that now.
Yes,
But
wireline N.
yeah, and then it goes on. However, as set out at 6176, overall effects on users of this route within the LA would be moderate and not significant. Well, again, we can see for ourselves from the wireline the extent that of the effects. Then says no other daytime visual receptor group have been identified within the LLA which would have a potential for significant effects. And then you go and set out the various other points in relation to that.
Yes.
The next paragraph, though, starts again with there would be limited potential visibility of proposed development within this LLA, largely confined to open hilltops where views of existing wind energy development are widespread and characteristic. Now, the widespread and characteristic, that's not obviously the approach that or the conclusion that Ms. Anderson necessarily takes, or the Nature Scotland take, is it? Perhaps just for doing this quickly, if we have CD 1.119 to hand, which is the Nature Scot.
I've just lost my core docs. Just bear with me. Could you give me the reference again, please?
CD 1.119, and in that document, it's electronic page 100.
So page 100.
That's right. I've got a paper copy of it, but I think it is page 100, and it's
page 100.
Yeah. And it's the letter of
It's
the 18th.
I've got Nature. We've got Nature Scott dated the 18th of June.
That's it. We've got that.
Yeah, got that. Thank you.
The 18th of June, and again, there's perhaps two aspects of this response that I'll take from you just now whilst we've got it open. The first one is what we've just been talking about, the impact of other developments on this. And I suppose I take it you're familiar with this document, and it's really paragraphs 3.4 through to 3.7. That's on electronic page 102 and 103,
yes,
or paper page 3 and 4, where Nature Scott set out an assessment of the of this proposal, primarily in relation to wild land issues, but also in relation to what the effect of the existing wind farms are on the various views. And we can see, for example, at 3.4, they deal with Dursala and say it's in the turbines. They're obviously they're 125 meters. They're visible in the middle distance, and then over the page, paragraphs 3.5 and at 3.6, they deal with the Hadyard Hill wind turbines, and it's pointed out that the proposals, they're twice as high, closer to the summit, and would mostly be seen to their full extent, whereas many of the bases of the towers are the smaller, more distinct more distant, should I say, Hadyard Hill wind farm turbines are screened.
Yes, I have that.
And then it goes on to mention that the Craiginmoddie turbines would sit higher because they've obviously got a higher AOD, have they not, considerably higher
Yes, slightly.
than they had.
Yeah.
Well, slightly. It's over. Is it about 100 meters?
Yes, thereabouts. Yes.
Yeah, about 100. Well, that's more than slightly, is it not? The AOD being 100 meters difference between Hadyard Hill and the applicants.
Yes, it's in that. Well, I said that in that viewing context. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah. And so we can all read for ourselves, but 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7, and the conclusion that the Craiginmoddie wind farm would result in a marked amplification of the visual intrusion and influence of human artifacts in this area. So that's slightly at odds, is it not, with what's set out in the LVIA and your conclusions?
No, I think there's commonality there, because the Nature-Scott note is referring to views from higher ground, by definition, with reference to those views, and the EIAR is noting that there would be views from the higher open hilltops, and it's right in terms of how it's documented that in terms of views northward and towards the proposed scheme, that view is seen in the context of other wind energy development towards the horizon, and you can clearly see that. We can turn up the viewpoint for viewpoint 9, viewpoint 12, but as you look northward towards the proposal, you see Hadyard Hill, and you see a whole range of wind energy development across what I'm going to describe as the northern arc of the view, and that's in contrast to other directions, particularly to the south into the core of the wildland, where you don't see any wind turbines. So the proposal would be seen in that context of wind farms towards the northern part of the views.
Yeah, well, we're dealing here just now talking about the influence of the existing wind farms in relation to this area. Perhaps once we've got this,
it sets the baseline, though, doesn't it? Sorry to interrupt, but it does set the baseline in which to understand how this proposal would be seen in that viewing context.
Nobody's suggesting it doesn't set the baseline, but I suppose just for completeness, as we don't have to go back to this document, obviously Nature-Scott also consider that there are issues in relation to the design of the scheme, and that's set out in paragraph 2.4, that they consider are likely to be significant landscape and visual impacts, which are likely to be challenging to resolve. And then that last sentence, that the scale and layout of proposed turbines, they're going to mention the lighting, their relationship to other wind farms and key characteristics are likely to result in a complex and confusing pattern of development. So it certainly would appear that Nature-Scott's position in relation to the design of this proposal is that there are considerable issues.
But despite the or given the fact that they've identified those particular points and clearly mindful of those points, as is documented, Nature-Scott has obviously taken account of the policy position in terms of where we're at, and they have withdrawn their objection to the proposal with regard to this location, this area, as it relates to the wild land.
Well, their objection related to wild land, but in their objection, with withdrawing their objection, they did point out that their analysis remained relevant, did they not, in relation to this proposal?
But the point I would note is that the effects that are identified here are indirect visual effects upon the High Carrick Hills and this particular area. And as we sit here today, Nature-Scott are not party to the inquiry raising these particular points.
No, but you agree that when they withdrew, they said that their analysis remained relevant in relation to all the matters set out in their letter.
But it goes. Sorry.
Yeah. So in particular, and in relation to, we're now on to their paragraph 2.4. They're not saying that analysis there in 2.4 is not relevant. Quite the reverse. They're saying it's still relevant.
But the point I'm noting is that they've identified these aspects, taken this into account, taken into account the policy position, and they've withdrawn their objection with regard to how the scheme would have in terms of having a bearing upon this particular part of the landscape.
Well, they're not dealing with a particular part of the landscape. They're not dealing with the wildland point there, are they? They're dealing with the design of the proposal and its relationship with the landscape around it.
Yes, they are commenting on that. But the point I would note is that when you look at the northern view towards the wind farm, you see a very simple, straightforward skyline. It's uncomplex. It's very simple in terms of its horizontal profile. It's a very simple landform. It's a very simple land cover where you've got a significant amount of afforestation, commercial forestry across that northern arc of your view. You see the other wind farms, such as Hadyard Hill in the locality. And even from that distance, you can recognize that there is a landscape over there that is characterized as foothills with commercial forestry and wind farms. And with the proposed scheme in place, that description of how you perceive the northern views from the high ground of the High Carrick Hills would not materially change with the proposed scheme in place.
Well, we're getting on to back to we've got your opinion and Ms. Anderson's opinion here. Ms. Anderson has set out an analysis of the key characteristics and qualities of the LLA, and then carried out an analysis in her report as to the extent that they have been significantly adversely affected. So
what she concludes, but sorry.
Well, can I finish the question?
Yes.
So Ms. Anderson has got that analysis set out there, and we have you're agreeing with what's set out in the LVIA as your analysis, is that
yes,
on the basis of your conclusion?
Sorry. Yeah. What I was going to say was that the EIAR, paragraph 6.191, makes it very clear that the only real visual receptor within the LLA likely to experience notable effects would be the Route 7. When you look at the analysis there, it's clear that it's taken the character that's set out in the LLA document as it relates to special qualities, and again goes through and picks up and addresses those where it's considered there may be effects, visual indirect effects upon those particular special qualities. And so if I may just refer you to a couple of observations. So Route 7 is referred to in the paragraph 6191, Route 7. And if you look at, with me?
Well, I suppose that ties in with the long established popularity of the area for recreation, the point we were making earlier, that ties in with that with that characteristic, does it not?
Well, it is a recreation route, but what I was going to say was that the characteristics that I described about halfway down that list, it refers to in particular the national.
Mr. Cook, you've lost me a wee bit here. What list are you referring to, and what document? Sorry, I think
it's in the LLA.
Slow down a wee bit for my benefit. That would be helpful. Can you just give me the core document reference?
Yes, certainly, sir. So it's the LLA. It's the council's LLA document, which is 009 .013. It's the
Well, I
LLA
need to find it.
designations review. And I'm in this section, so I've got a hard copy in front of me here. So it's in the section dealing with the High Carrick Hills.
Right, if you can just bear with me a minute, I seem to have closed that one down, and my system's now shouting at me for the amount of PDFs I have open.
That's fine.
So just bear with me.
Sorry, I actually also thought that you were referring back to, I thought you were referring to Ms. Anderson's report there. So if you give me a minute to,
so
I didn't realize we were going to go back to go back.
Okay, if you can just wait, if you can just allow both of us to find that, Mr. Cook. We'll...
So I was going to cross-refer between the document I've just taken you to and the section in the EIA report. So just cross-refer on some key words, just so you could understand that the council's document LLA is being taken into account.
And the other reference was CD.
Yeah, so it's CD 001.007. It's chapter 6 of the EIAR. So,
okay, so if you can just take us through slowly and give us the relevant numbers, just to make sure I'm up to speed with where we are, that'd be helpful.
I'll take it slowly, sir. So, if you've got those two documents, so what I was saying was in the EIAR paragraph 6.191.
Is there a page number for that?
It's page 48, I think, electronic, 44 speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
So there's two paragraphs. So to make it hopefully a little bit easier for you, that page, electronic page 48, I'm going to refer to the paragraph 1, paragraph 6.191, and the one below that, 6.192, and I'm going to come back to those two paragraphs consistently whilst I flip between this document and the LLA document reference I've just given you. All right. So
okay, I think I'm there now. So let's go.
Okay, so the fourth line at paragraph 6.191 notes that the only visual receptors within the LLA likely to experience notable effects, it identifies the route, cycle route 7. And he goes on to say in that paragraph that it concludes there would not be a significant effect relating to it, because we're further away at this point in the High Carrick Hills. And the point I was going to make, sir, is that cycle route 7 is specifically referenced in the LLA document, and it's not paragraph numbered, I'm afraid. But halfway down that list, there is a paragraph that starts, "This remote and sparsely settled landscape."
Just remind me of the page number again.
It's physical page 33.
Okay, I have that.
So about exactly halfway down that page, physical page, the paragraph starts, "This remote and sparsely settled landscape."
Okay.
And the second line from the bottom of that paragraph, it refers to the cycle route 7. So that's addressed in the EIAR, which I've just referred you to. And then if we go further down the paragraph back to in the EIAR, and paragraph 6.191, having dealt with the cycle route, it goes on to talk about the Carrick Forest Drive or forest trails as another aspect it addresses. And then back to the LLA document to give you the reference for that. In that same paragraph I was taking you to, where it references the cycle route, in the sentence before that, or earlier in the sentence, it refers to forest tracks and forest drives. So again, it's addressing where there may be a potential indirect visual effect. And then further down the paragraph, same paragraph in the EIAR, it refers to, second line from the bottom, the Merrick LWLA, wildland area. And if you go back to the LLA document, the next paragraph below where we were talking about the forest tracks and the cycle route 7, the next paragraph starts the southeastern part of the LLA forms part of the Merrick wildland area. So it's dealing with that. Then back to the next second paragraph where it's providing a summary in the EIAR, paragraph 6.192. The second line refers to open hilltops. And if you look at the LLA document, the fourth paragraph, where it's talking about character and special qualities, it starts the high hilltops. So it's addressing that as well. So you can see that there are clear cross-references to those special qualities and characteristics that are identified. And all of this is caveated on the basis that in the paragraph, those two paragraphs in the EIA are the first one, which was paragraph 6.191, 191. The fourth line says only visual receptors within the LLA likely to be experience notable effects would be the route 7. And so what it's done is identified all those key characteristics. And so in my evidence in chief, I summarized those. And I'd just like to go to that sort of summary list. I'm just going to summarize those special qualities, if I may, that are set out in the LLA. The first paragraph talks about the north-south ridge, which is relating to basically the geomorphological form. That relates to the Awful Hand ridge. And Miss Anderson, in her inquiry report at paragraph 613, Miss Anderson's inquiry report or document reference, I'm just looking for it. Is 009.046, I believe. In her inquiry report at paragraph 6.13, notes that that north-south ridge would be unaffected. It's very clear, very categoric, unaffected, as would the smaller hills in the north and the locks and reservoirs, which are those basically first 2-3 paragraphs. They're unaffected, and that's agreement, common ground between us. And they are unaffected because the proposal, the wind farm, sits out with this landscape character area. The physical fabric of those character areas changes. That's different to how there would be a view from those locations. Then if you look at the other bullet points, the other characteristics, the east-west hills, which frame the Stincher Valley, are not physically affected, but there is potential visual effect upon those. But that is very limited because there are no recreational core paths that actually go over that local high ground. But clearly there would be some visual effect as it relates to that area. I
think I'm just wondering where we're going with this, because I think I'm not sure what the answer to what question is happening. Also,
So-
where it's past 3, so I don't know whether Mr. Armstrong would prefer a break at this point or to carry on. I'll leave that to you, Mr. Armstrong. I think you're on mute, sorry.
I don't mind. I mean, the question was, can we agree that there's a difference of opinion between you and Ms. Anderson in relation to special qualities? I don't think that is what the last 10 minutes have been about to remotely answered that question. But I don't mind if don't want to interrupt Mr. Cook in his dissertation on this point. So I'm happy to go on till 4. I don't know.
I'm thinking maybe a 5-minute break or 10-minute break just now, just to allow us to kind of to come back would be helpful, if that's okay. Mr. Armstrong, do you think you're likely to get your cross-examination completed by 4 or sometime after 4?
I was very hopeful of that, but I was hopeful we'd be finished by now. But obviously, it depends on the length of the answer. But I'm still hopeful that we might get it finished by.
Okay, well, shall we break for 5 minutes for a short comfort break, and then we'll come back and then we'll progress then. Okay, that's great. So we'll be back for 20 past 3.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's now 3:20, so I think we can hopefully make a start. Okay, I would just say that it would be helpful from my point of view, Mr. Cook, if the responses were slightly more focused to the question that was being asked. Obviously, we've got your inquiry report and we've heard your evidence in chief this morning.
Thank you.
So it would be helpful if we could sort of just have a bit more of a focused response to the question Mr. Armstrong was asking, and that would be helpful to myself. I'm not asking you to curtail the information you want to put across, but if we could have just more of a focused approach, that would be helpful. Mr. Armstrong.
Thanks. I don't know whether Mr. Cook that sort of finished your response to that question in relation. It really comes down to that there not being a dispute about what the special qualities are, but whether there is significant effect on them. From what you've said today, the identification of the special qualities does not ties in generally with the special qualities that Ms. Anderson identifies in her report.
I believe that there's a lot of common ground in terms of the special qualities that we've identified, and I've just gone through that list.
Yes, that was the question I was asking, and I appreciate that shorter response to that. Then if we can move on to the next topic, and in the hope that we do get this done today, the Middle Dale SA12, and that again, if we sort of follow a similar approach, except here, let's not. We've got the conclusions, your conclusions in relation to the effect on the special qualities of the LLA, and they tie in with Ms. Anderson's conclusions that there is no impact no significant impact on the special qualities of the LLA relevant to LLE here. But I would like to look at the LCT 12, and I think that's on electronic page 31 of the CD 107, the analysis in relation. So if we go back to the LVIA, CD 107, core document number, and I think it is electronic. Sorry, no, that's wrong. My apologies. It's I think electronic page 35. Electronic page 35. Paper page 31.
Yes, I have that. Thank you.
Yeah, and we see the analysis in relation to the Middle Dale there at paragraph 6.122 through to 6.130. And there's an identification there, as with the assessment that's carried out in relation to the other LCTs, the relevant viewpoints, and we're referred to viewpoints 3, 4, and 6 there. And I suppose just for completeness, can we have a look at viewpoint 3, I think, just which is CD 142, but we also have the advantage of the, I think it's the cultural heritage viewpoints as well, do we not? Which is CD 148. So if we start with, so I'm going to look at these two, and then we'll go back and look at the conclusions in the LVIA. And I suppose CD viewpoint 3, CD 1.42, that's from Daly, that is that the
Sorry, can I just check with you the document that you're referring me to? I've got viewpoint 3, and then you were saying a heritage view
Well, it's the it's the additional photo montages CD 148, which has Dal Caharn Castle.
I may have clicked on the wrong one.
The two that I was going to look at.
Yes, I have that.
So the first one, and they're both from a similar location. But let's do them one at a time. CD
Yes.
42 is viewpoint 3, and we can obviously see that in viewpoint
Yes.
3, but I'm sure we've all been there. It's that row of houses that's looking south at the edge of Daly, and the B road that goes by. We can see the bus stop there opposite the row of houses, which extends on behind from where the photograph was taken, and we get an indication there, I suppose, of the extent of the impact on that view by looking at the wireline, which is 3A and 3B, and I suppose to an extent also the photo montage, which is quite helpful in CD 3C. Is that correct? That gives an indication of
Yes.
what the
Yes.
likely impact is going to be from there. And I suppose that impact is sort of similar all the way along that immediate stretch of that. I think it is the B road, isn't it? If I remember rightly. We can see going further along, yes, east it would be. We've got the CD 148, the Dalhern Castle. I think it's Dalhern Castle, and the figure, the photo is it's figure 7.5A, which is in CD 148. So that gives us a sort of indication of what the effects are going to be on that stretch. Would that be the best? It's called photo montage visualization.
Yes, I think
7.5A.
I think they're both helpful. Yes.
Yeah,
they give us the standing.
Just looking at it, I think it's the B7035 that goes along there, isn't it? It's the one that the bus goes along. Yeah.
Yes, it's a little bit misleading on the maps, but my understanding, I think it's the B741. But it could be read as the 734. So
I think that was my sort of, yeah, I wasn't sure about the
it's not quite clear, but I think it's one of those. But anyway, I think we're both agreed it's the one that goes along the valley floor adjacent to the Water of Girvan watercourse, and it skirts around the southern side of Daly.
Yeah, and I suppose then with that sort of these visualizations in mind, if we go back to the LVIA and that the section that I referred you to on electronic page 35 and 36, paper page 31 and 32, looking at the conclusions, paragraph 6.128 and 6.129, we can see that there's an acceptance there that would have a greater influence on localized areas of higher ground in the Central Valley area, such as around Daly. And then we're told that, the next paragraph, the closest parts of the LCT within approximately 4.5 kilometers of the development. And we get told there what your conclusions are in relation to what the author of this document's conclusions are in relation to the significance of the effects resulting in major moderate effects, which would be significant in relation to these, I suppose, key views from Daly.
I'm not sure you quoted correctly there, unless I misunderstood. If you were quoting from paragraph 6.130, where you
6.129 I was referring to in relation to, yeah.
Right. Yes, that does say yes. Yes, within that local area. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, it was. Thank you.
whilst the EIA are identified a local significant area that would be affected, then Miss Anderson also had come to a similar view, and that's my view as well.
Yeah, well,
local significant effects to the north of the wind farm.
Yeah, I think as we already agreed in the start of this session just after the break, that Ms. Anderson, you and the LVIA are one in accepting that the special qualities of the LLA aren't significantly affected here, but we were looking at what the actual effect would be, other effects would be.
Correct. Yes.
And I suppose for completeness, as we're going the round in relation to the Girvan Valley, again, I think there's a measure of agreement between you and Miss Anderson in relation to the impacts on the special qualities there again. But as far as viewpoints are concerned, if we could look at the viewpoint from the Colonel Hunter Blair Monument, which is CD 146, I think. And I won't take up too much time with this because we've looked at this or a similar viewpoint.
Would you like me to turn up
in other sessions? But if we want to go to that, I suppose. Again, would the visualizations are the best ones to look at? Visualization 7C, which helpfully also we can see the existing turbines we can see from that, and 7D is looking west, and then 7E gives us a sort of indication of the impact. Would they be the?
Yes, they all relate to the Colonel Hunter Blair Monument, setting out its photographic baseline position and wireline, and then obviously the wind farms set out as wirelines. Yes, and the photo montage.
Yeah.
Series for viewpoint 7. Yes.
Yeah, and we can.
For the for the reporter's benefit, it's 7A through to 7E, sir.
Yeah. But I'm suggesting that in relation to 7C, you get an indication of the existing turbines that are there and the impact that they have on that view.
Yes, but from that location, as was discussed in earlier evidence before today's session, with regard to this viewpoint, it does provide very clearly a 360-degree arc of view. And you can see in the baseline visualization 7A that you've got Dessalak identified there with the vertical tip blade shown in the wireline below it. And then you've got the photograph above it. But when you're there, you're very aware that Dessalak is in the foreground in terms of your panoramic understanding of the view. And in terms of the monument itself, what I would note is that the vast majority of people that ascend and descend the hill for the monument, they are approaching it from the north side, and that falls outside the zone of visibility. You wouldn't be able to appreciate the proposed wind farm until you're right up on the top. But at that location, you've got the benefit of 360-degree arc of view, with the wind farm taking about 10 degrees of that. It's concluded a moderate, not significant effect from that location.
And I assume you're not departing from the position as set out in the viewpoint analysis, the document we looked at earlier, CD 1779, in relation to the impact of the existing wind farms that's discussed in that existing views there. There's reference to Dessalak.
Yes.
There's no reference to the George Hill wind turbines and that existing view assessment, is there?
No, because Hudyard Hill is not really perceptible from that location.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, moving on to the capacity study, and can we agree that that as far as the capacity study is concerned, that it sets out relevant constraints and opportunities that are helpful when considering this proposal, particularly in relation to when we're looking at the host area, the foothills with forests and wind farms. I mean, again, it's the LVIA takes very much the sort of starting point in its analysis of the various LCTs, what's set out in the capacity study, does it not?
Yes, I think it's a useful document in terms of useful to a point, in that I believe it was when the EIAR report was being prepared and careful consideration being given to the site. It's the best document that gives clear signposting and direction as to where commercial wind farms should be located, mindful of it relating to the South Asia area. And the summary at the front really just identifies two areas where the study concludes that there would be some capacity for a large wind turbine typology, that being the two areas which are already to a degree characterized by wind farms, this being one of them, which is the foothills, the other being the moorlands. So, but it needs to be treated with some caution, because whilst it's called a capacity study, it's more of a susceptibility study. Sensitivity is useful to inform capacity, but sensitivity, as it's addressed here, doesn't take account of value. So it's more of a susceptibility study, but it is useful to a point.
Mr. Cook, the question was, do you agree that the what's set out in the constraints and opportunities section of the various LCTs are relevant to the consideration? And as I pointed out, they are the factors that are taken into account in the LVIA, are they not? So they remain, would you not agree, still relevant, whatever your opinion on is overall in relation to this capacity study, capacity studies in general, that the constraints and the opportunities identified are relevant factors when the reporters of the Scottish ministers are considering this document. And in particular for the foothills with forest and wind farms, the pages, I think it's page 182, 183, we can go there if you want, that the constraints remain valid as a sort of checklist of considering matters when considering this proposal.
Can I clarify, you say constraints, are you referring to the actual the parameters in terms of scale, landform, land pattern, built environments? Those are the factors, parameters that you're referring to?
Well, let's go to it. So CD 9001, and the foothills with forest and wind farms is on, starts on, I think, electronic page 177, and the section that sets out the constraints is on page 183, and the opportunities are set out on 184. I'm sure you're familiar with these sections. On page 183, I think it's electronic page 183, it's paragraph 18.2.2, which deals with the constraints. And over the page, it's paragraph 18.2.3, which deals with the opportunities. Would you agree that no matter what your view is in relation to the capacity study and the extent it is consistent with current guidance, that these bullet points are relevant matters to have regard to, and indeed your LVIA, or the LVIA that your client's instructed, does consider these matters.
They are relevant so far as the limitations of the study, given that it's more about looking at susceptibility rather than sensitivity in the round. But
that's not the question, and let's try and answer the question. So the question was in relation to paragraph 18.2.2 and 18.2.3, and I was trying to avoid getting into a discussion in relation to going back over capacity studies and the discussions that we've had over previous days. It's in relation to these points. Perhaps if you want to have a look at them, and would you just confirm that the points identified there are constraints? Would you agree are still relevant, and indeed the opportunity over the page?
Can you give me the electronic page number again, please?
Page 183 and 184, and paragraph 18.2.2 constraints, and paragraph 18.2.3 opportunities.
Yes, they are appropriate considerations.
Thank you very much. And indeed, that's one of the ways that the LVIA assesses matters, does it not? It looks at the constraints identified and also refers to the opportunities in relation to this LCT. And I suppose for completeness, if we go back to the LCT 13, type 13, which is on, I think, electronic page 133.
LCT 13.
Yes, and electronic page in relation to the constraints, it's electronic page 142.
So we're dealing with the intimate pastoral valleys. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, which is yes, I have that.
And I suppose just to take up on one point that you mentioned in relation to Hagyard Hill earlier in your evidence, I think, in fact, both in chief and in cross-examination, there is a discussion in this document in relation to Hagyard Hill, both in relation to the potential cumulative issues and in relation to the constraints and the identification there in paragraph 14.2.2 in relation to constraints. There's reference to Hagyard Hill in the third bullet point, and that how there's a degree of visual containment of the Hagyard Hill wind farm.
Yes, it does note that. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
But what I would note is that clearly the analysis that's set out here, you've taken me to that paragraph. But so I'd just like you to note in that section, which is dealing with the intimate pastoral valleys, when you look at the parameters with regard to sensitivity, it goes through a checklist, sir, and notably, the checklist, these are the boxes. It's on internal page copy of mine is page 116. It's the table going through the parameters. So landscape context, scale, landform, landscape pattern. And whilst it identifies then the next two columns, I should say, is looking at turbines in height of 70 meters plus to 130. It goes through the various parameter headings, but when you look at perceptual qualities, it identifies medium sensitivity, sir, which is quite notable when all the other parameters that are identified are high, medium sensitivity.
And Mr. Cook, what's that got to do with the question I asked you about paragraph 14.2.2?
Because the study, the document, you need to read that whole section in the round.
But I thought you just agreed that the constraints that are identified there are a relevant consideration for you, for the reporters and for the Scottish ministers to have regard to, and we weren't going to get into a sort of discussion about
I think I've understood the point and taken the response from Mr. Cook, so I'm happy enough to move on.
Thank you. Now, in relation to the design and selection of the site, we perhaps look at CD, or could we have a look at CD 101? Which is the design and access statement. And that, I think, chapter 4 of the EIRA refers us to that document for more detailed analysis in relation to design and selection of the site.
I just checked with you. You said the design and access statement.
That's right, CD 101.
Yes.
And I think that's referenced in the EIAR at chapter 4, and it refers to this setting out greater detail in relation to design and access and site selection and site selection criteria. And if we look at, I think it's electronic page 5.
We're in the DAS, not the EIAR.
We're in document 1.101, which is the one that is the design and access statement. And page 5 of that, paper page 4, electronic page 5.
Yes. Yes, I have that.
You've got that. And as far as the site selection, and we've got the site selection criteria set out there, and we're told about that at 2.7 in relation to the GIS constraints mapping. Do you know when that sort of initial site selection took place? I mean, this document is obviously dated December 2020, but I take it that the actual site selection analysis and that took place some considerable time before then. Are you aware of when that was?
No, not specifically. Sorry, you can hear me. Yes, not specifically. But what I can say is, having spoken to the project manager, the developer is very experienced looking at wind farms in various parts of the country. And they have GIS capability in-house and are able to undertake constraint mapping, sieve mapping, to look at the various parameters one would expect, and I was referring to earlier in evidence in chief. So that was taken out internally as part of the site selection process, I understand.
You say not specifically in relation to the date. Do you have an idea of which year it was?
I would need to come back to you on that. I don't have a date, but I understand that it was taken into account in terms of site selection.
Okay, and that's something you'd come back and confirm when that initial site selection was carried out, I'm sure.
I can confirm that for the reporter. Yes, I can check on that. So.
And then we can see for the selection of Craiginmoddie that the section dealing with what factors that were taken into account,
yes,
are set out in paragraph 213, and the 6 bullet points there.
Yes.
In relation to that, was obviously we've got 2.7, there's reference to regional scenic areas being taken account in relation to the mapping. Section 2.13 doesn't appear to set out that there's a specific consideration of the impacts in relation to LLAs or regional scenic areas in the bullet points set out in paragraph 213, does it?
Well, my understanding, looking at paragraph 213, which is selection of Craiginmoddie, if you look into the paragraph there, so you've got a series of bullet points. The fourth one is landscape, sir, and it says site is sufficiently removed from any national landscape designation, nationally designated landscapes. But it is clear in terms of the document that local landscape designations were also taken into account.
Well, is it? Because you can see in 2.7 that they're mentioned to regional scenic areas, yes. and we'll take that. But that was in relation to the mapping, that it didn't cover, that the site wasn't covered by, we'll just for shortness assume that regional scenic areas is referring to an LLA. But at 213, the actual impact on LLAs, is there any reference there? It just seems to be that the site is sufficiently removed from any national designated landscapes. There's no reference of analysis in relation to impact on LLAs there, is there?
No, not in that particular list of bullet points, but I know that speaking to the project manager that they'd taken the capacity study, sorry, the LLA designations review document into account.
Well, I thought you said that was in relation to the GIS constraints mapping that we can see in paragraph 2.7, which is, we can see from that was the exercise carried out on site selection to ensure that the site wasn't included in any one of the 6 bullet points set out there. But thereafter, in relation to the selection 213, there's no mention in that, is there, of LLAs?
Just bear with me a moment. So the document which you read as a whole, when you look at paragraph 317, refers to the LLAs there.
That's in relation to design principles, is it not? I'm talking here about selection.
Yes, but as I was saying, in terms of my understanding, speaking to the project manager, they'd taken both the LLA design review document and the capacity studies into account, documented. They were published in 2018 and they were taken into account when they were looking at design selection.
So that's in relation to design selection, but I'm talking about
in terms of site selection. I meant in terms of site selection, sir.
And where do you see that in this document?
It's not specifically stated there.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong, can I just do a time check with you? I'm just noticing it's coming up for 5 to 4, so it's just to give me a rough idea of where we are with things.
I think I've probably only got about another 5 minutes, if that. We might just, I mean, if I'm obviously Mr. Cook's doing the hard work of answering questions. I'm entirely in Mr. Cook's hands, but I would have thought I certainly could finish hopefully by about 10 past 4. But if Mr. Cook feels that he wants to come back tomorrow, and
I'm absolutely.
Or if you want, whatever suits you, sir.
I think I'm happy enough to go. If it's going to be about 10 past 4 or so, then I think I'm happy enough with that, Mr. Cook.
I'm absolutely comfortable with that, sir. Yes, let's.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Thanks. Thought Mr. Cook you'd prefer to.
No, you've got your lines of questions, so we're in the zone, as it were. So we're focused, so it makes sense, doesn't it?
Okay, but I suppose this ties in that. I suppose we've already addressed this in relation to design, and you've already accepted that. Obviously, when we're considering the Hadyard Hill It's not just about the height, though, of the turbines or their blade tip. It's also about the fact that Hadyard Hill is primarily in a shallow basin, which is, as I think you've accepted, about 100 meters lower AOD than this proposal, which is along a ridge as opposed to a shallow basin. And we can see that, can we not, from looking at any number of the viewpoints and visualizations, whether it be 2.5 or 9. It's quite clear that the Hadyard Hill wind turbines are a lot lower as far as the AOD height is concerned to the height that these turbines, or the AOD that these turbines are going to be on.
Yes, the AOD is different, as you were saying, but in terms of them sitting within a basin, as you describe it, the Hadyard Hill sits in what is probably quite a narrow part of the host LCT that it sits within, and that LCT widens as you go eastward of the Hadyard Hill into where the site is. And the site is located fairly centrally within that LCT as it does widen out.
This ties in with the question of lighting, and this late in the day, I mean, we've got your, I don't want to go over that in any great detail unless you want to, but you've got your position on that. Ms. Anderson sets out her position, but
yes.
Can we agree that that the presence of the lighting will extend the time that there is an impact in relation to these turbines, because people will see in the evening the lights on the turbines? And if there was a system that reduced that, then that would be desirable, would it not?
So to answer your question, there would be a visual effect, but the visual effect would not reach the threshold of having a significant effect in the locality with regard to lighting. But clearly, the visual effect as it relates to the lighting would extend the visual effect, but as I say, it's not significant. The proposal has taken into account a lot of mitigation measures that I set out earlier in my evidence in chief, and that has contributed to ensure that there wouldn't be any significant visual effects with regard to nighttime lighting.
But as far as if there was an ADLS system in place, that would reduce the impact further.
If there was an ADLS system in place, yes, it would reduce the visual effect further, yes.
And that has been accepted by one of the other applications.
Yes, yes, that's right. That's Carrick, is my understanding.
And on cumulative effects, again, there's a degree of disagreement between you and Ms. Anderson on that. But as far as the cumulative effects, it's ultimately for the reporters to consider, and the Scottish ministers to consider the combined impacts and what the likely effect would be on, among other things, the local landscape areas.
Yes, yes, yes. And you've got my evidence in chief on that point, sir.
Just bear with me a moment. I think that. Thank you very much. That's 4 o'clock, and that's all I've got.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong, that was and Mr. Cook, very good timing. Mr. Hardy, we've probably just got about maybe 1 or 2 questions to ask Mr. Cook, which we could do just now. I don't know how long your re-examination will take, but do you want to continue on today? We'll ask our question anyway, because I think we would like to do that. Would you wish to carry on with your re-examination today and get it done? Or
well, I'm not going to court with unpopularity at 4 o'clock. I have no re-examination. All clear. So yes, let's push on.
Okay, right, Mrs. Leven, I think you have a question for Mr. Cook.
Okay, if you just give me 1 second, I will get my question clear.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's actually following on from Mr. Armstrong, and it's about aviation lighting. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of things first, and then a quick question. So CD 1.109, that's the updated aviation lighting report. And that discusses the technical specification for the proposed lighting and the likely visibility, etc. And then I think paragraph 18 of that report talks about the results of that being able to be put back into context by the LVIA consultants. And I think that is then done in your, let me see, let me just get the reference. That's done in the updated, in the additional information. Which I think is CD 103. Is that correct? So is that where your updated assessment is on the basis of the?
Yes, correct.
So, but basically, you're then relying on essentially a worst case scenario because you've not really changed the assessment. Is that correct? So the number of lights has changed, but you're not changing your assessment. Yeah. And
so so the effects would be reduced with the number of visible lights reduced.
And so paragraph 57 onwards in CD 103, that's talking about the effects on visual amenity. So am I right in saying that you're only saying that there would be effects on the
can I just get the turn up the paragraph, please? Sorry.
It's paragraph 57 onwards.
Thank you.
In CD 103. So essentially you're just saying that there's effects in the upper Cincher Valley.
Yes.
So you're not saying that there's effects anywhere else in relation to aviation lighting, for example, the high Carrick Hills or from the north, from the Daly side?
It would be, the most notable effects would be from the Cincher Valley, correct? Yes.
Right, okay. And in terms of cumulative effects, I think you talk about this in para 64. We're still in the same document, sorry, para 63 onwards. And there you're assuming that all of the Carrick turbines would be lit. Now, my question just was, if assuming that the Carrick turbines are not lit because they are proceeding on the basis of an EDLS, so they're essentially not part of the nighttime baseline, how would that affect your assessment, if at all?
It would reduce the cumulative effect, and I think I made this point in my summary and evidence in chief, that with the ADLS system in place for Carrick, that would only leave Knockcronal with the limited number of visible lights associated with that, and there would be no significant cumulative effects as a result.
How would that affect the individual effects then? So sorry, the combined effects.
It wouldn't result in any additional significant effect with regard to the effects that we'd identified. It wouldn't result in any effects being raised to a significant level of effect.
So it wouldn't increase your assessment of individually.
Yes.
Right, that's helpful. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much. So thank you. So Mr. Hardy, you're not re-examining, is that correct?
That's correct. No, nothing's changed.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's okay. I was just double checking. I wasn't sure I heard you correctly, so that's why I thought I'd better double check, but that's fine. So thank you, Mr. Cook, for giving your evidence today. That has been very helpful for us to hear that. Our intention will be to reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. Can I just ask, Mr. Hardy, have you any idea of likely sort of timescale of how things may progress tomorrow? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot, but it's just to get a rough idea whether it'll be a day or 2 days.
Oh, goodness me. No, we're going to finish tomorrow. I thought you were talking about whether we're going to finish half a day or not. I think going last, we've covered a lot of this ground. I'm going to adopt cross-examination where it's relevant, certainly that from Mr. Fraser in relation to the capacity study. So as long as there are no deviations from that, I propose to simply adopt what Mr. Fraser had to say. So I'm imagining 2.5 to 3 hours in total.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much for that. And in terms of the transcripts, will they be submitted today at some point?
Transcript has been circulated between the parties. I think that's now agreed. So we'll put that into the unit. I've also distributed a list of the documents that I'm going to refer to in cross-examination to Mr. Armstrong. I haven't circulated that to everybody else. I don't know whether other people want that or whether we can do that. I took it that it was really because Mr. Armstrong and Miss Anderson wanted to download the documents on their computers as opposed to anything else.
Yes, I think that would be helpful. That's what we've done. If you could send it to ourselves as well.
Okay.
So just so that we can have, I can have these available to me. It saves just a wee bit of time.
I will do that. There's a couple of other documents then I will, because I sent that list out or prepared it an hour and a half ago. There's the transcript which needs to be added. And then there is there's Dr. Lumsden's technical report in relation to lighting. I'm afraid I don't have the CD number to hand on that, but it's that's
it's only one or two documents. I'm sure we'll manage with that.
So we can add those to that list. Thank you.
That would be very helpful. Mr. Bray, do you have anything to add before we close?
Oh, Mr. Reid, no.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Levin? No? Okay, well, on that note, we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Thank you all and hope you have a pleasant evening.